Here. Okay. Honey. Excited about what you get to create in your life after hearing what these speakers have to say to you today. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, Lorna, I am having a little hard time hearing you, honey. Can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Freedom Wealth Summit. Yes, hi Casey. Put in the chat where you're tuning in from. Put in the chat where you're tuning in from. And we are about to start. Let's give a few more minutes for a few more people to hop in while you tell us where you're coming in from. I see a lot of familiar faces. My first speaker is here and ready to rock it out. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome, Muggs. I love that name. Welcome to... Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So those who are already here, Marcia, May, hi, Jackie, hi, Martha, hi, Dawn, hi, Debbie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So here's the thing. I'm going to turn this off. I just wanted to empower you with that song, Burning Gold by Christina Perry. And it talks about letting go of what you've experienced before in life. You've had enough of what you've experienced before, and now you're here to change that. This is why we created the Freedom Wealth Summit. And I'm going to yap for a few more minutes while more people pop in. And so what I would love those of you who are already here to do today is set an intention, right? That's part of what this summit is all about. Because I think a lot of times, including myself, up until now, in the day, I didn't even know what an intention was. So set an intention for what you want to achieve in these hours with these amazing speakers and myself. What do you want to achieve from this summit? Let this not be just another summit that you showed up to, right? Create for yourself, write it down. Hi, Ranjana. Write it down. Hi, Allison. Write it down what you would love to walk away with. And here's the thing. I promise you, if you do that, you will walk away with the thing you came here for. You will. The power of intention is super powerful. So don't let this be just another event, another day on Zoom, right? Let it be something for you to shift your life, your business, and the trajectory of your bloodline starting today. This morning on my walk, I was listening to a mindfulness book. And one of the things, I think her name was Debbie, I forgot her name. Anyway, one of the things that landed for me from her book was, like a lot of times we don't set the intention, and then we don't get what we want, and we think something is wrong with us. There's nothing wrong. It's just that you didn't have the information, right? So today, myself and these 9 speakers are going to give you the information, and what you do with it moving forward is up to you. You see, our intention is for your life to change starting today. That's our intention for you. So I would love you to make that your intention for you as well. All right, we're going to have some fun if you stay until the end. We have a surprise guest, celebrity guest, who's going to share his journey with you. And he has an amazing, amazing offer in terms of a free gift for you. So if you stay till the end, there are prizes along the way and there are prizes at the end. So be here, be present, turn the phone off. If you have to drop off and come back in, do that. But try not to miss anybody today. All of these speakers are bringing something different. And I want to jump off and start out with my friend, my cohort in business and in a lot of different things, Miss Lisa Williams. And hang on, I see a whole bunch of people popping in. Hang on one quick second. Let me just get some of these screens closed on my computer. All right. So I want to start off this month's summit with my friend and business cohort, Lisa Reese Williams. Lisa has over 25 years of experience in recruiting, but she comes to us today to talk about money, to talk about how we can become our own bank, to talk about how to be intentional. That word is going to come up a lot on this summit. Okay, guys, so just write it down at the top of the page, intention. All right. And she's going to share with us some unique possibilities along the lines of how to create wealth, starting now with as little as $50. So Lisa, I don't want to give all the secrets away. I want to have a great conversation with you today. Welcome.
Hello, my friend. How are you? So happy to be
great.
here.
Yes.
Thank you for the blessing of you, my darling, and all you beautiful people that are joining us. We know you could be a lot of places out here in California. It's 9:07 on a Wednesday, so we know you could be a lot of places. So we're so happy that you could join us. And yes, Lorna and I, we had the blessing to meet one another at a leadership kind of intensive that we've been part of for many years. We've been part of the same communities, and we locked arms in business. I guess it's been about 9 months ago, Lorna, that we officially locked arms. So I love it. So I am going to share a little journey with you all about some of the things that I've learned and that I think will really support you in your own wealth building journey. I'm curious, I would love to ask, first of all, did anyone ever take that class? What am I supposed to be when I grow up? Did anyone take that class? Did they offer that at your high school? They didn't offer it at mine, you know. And my point is, as Lorna mentioned, I was very blessed. I was a headhunter in financial services. I found people jobs for a living for actually 30 years, kind of crazy how long it was. And I found that probably about five years before I left. Has anyone ever stayed at a job longer than they should have? Does that resonate?
Put it in the chat. Anyone? I want to see how many people.
Please.
I want to see how many people.
No.
Yes.
Anyone ever stayed at a job longer than they should have? Has anyone ever looked around the room? In my case, it was a big bullpen with cubicles, and there were phones on every desk, and we were dialing for dollars because we were 100% commission people. And I looked around the room one day and I thought, I can't remember the last time that I learned something new. Does that resonate with anyone? We kind of get on this hamster wheel of life, right? And so what I invite you to consider, first of all, you're in the right place if those are thoughts that have gone through your mind. Because Lorna and the people that she supports and works with, she is bringing so much value to you. So make sure you stay on the whole meeting if you can, because she's going to be just bringing in so much wisdom for you. So I want you to consider, if we never took that class, what are we supposed to be when we grow up? We probably fell into the same rhythm that most people are in. So if you look out, I'm in my home office in Santa Ana, California. I look out at my neighborhood, 90% of people they got in their car this morning and they drove someplace else to build another company's dreams. Okay. They left their children at home. Maybe they dropped them off at school. My daughter's in her last week of her freshman year of high school. Maybe they got a coffee on the way. They went and literally they're going to spend, 8 to 10 to 12 hours of their day working for somebody else's dream. Was that anyone else besides me? Is that just me that
Well,
did that hamster wheel for a while?
Lisa, most of us were groomed in that way, that we're
Yes.
supposed to go out. We grow up with our families, and we are
Yep.
supposed to go to school, right? Go to college, right? Get a job, right? And
Yep.
retire, right? And after that, it's death. Right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
most people, raise up hands if that's what you were taught in your culture, because I know there are different cultures on this live today. Raise up hands if that was your culture. So what I want you to hear Lisa saying right now is that you have the power to change that. You have the power to change that. And so, Lisa, what is one of the ways in which they can tap into a different way of doing life outside of what we have already been taught?
So the very first way that I want to suggest that you embrace, you make a decision today, because guess what? There's nothing more powerful than a made up mind. Okay. 5 years ago, I made a decision that I was going to exit the corporate hamster wheel. Okay. Now, obviously that's very scary for some people. It was scary for me, but it was also exciting. So the first step is making a decision. Has anyone heard of the cash flow quadrant out of curiosity? Is anyone familiar with the cash flow quadrant? Lorna, I prepared some slides and I think this would be helpful to just share a visual with you guys of the cash flow.
Yeah, but I don't
quadrant.
want them to just look at the screen. I want them to hear the stories behind it, right? So we get to,
Yeah,
I'm going to ask
absolutely.
you questions as we go along to kind of ground in what we want to create for them. Okay.
Yeah. So let's start with, would you agree that there's basically 3 types of people? Okay. There's people that work for someone else. There's people that work for themselves, but then there's also people that put others to work. Okay. So myself, I was 30 years working for someone else. Okay. Now, what happens in the cash flow quadrant? So this is the very first thing that I want to invite you to make a decision to embrace, which is move your way around the cash flow quadrant. So for those of you that aren't familiar, this is a book that was written. Rich Dad Poor Dad is actually the title of the book. It was written by Robert Kiyosaki and Sharon Lechter, one of my personal mentors. Many, many years ago, back in the 70s, there's actually a game you can buy for your kids to play. But if you look at this quadrant, I'd love to know in the chat, where are you today? Are you employed? Are you trading your time for money? Maybe you're self-employed. This is where 90% of people end up when they leave whatever they've been doing, working for somebody else. This is kind of where 90% of people end up, because instead of having a job, now they own a job, right? They're still working with just their 2 hands, right? They're still trading their time for money. If they're not there, they're not earning. Okay. Whereas on the right side of the quadrant, this is where you have a business with a system. This is what Lauren and I have created together. We are locking arms together. We now have 4 hands, with her and I. We work with many, many people, right? And that's the point where you really, truly can move into the investor quadrant. Now, I want to just help you consider, 90% of people are on the left side. But guess where 50% of the wealth in the world is? It's on the right side. So doesn't it make sense? So that's the first thing, is make a decision to continue to move your way around the cash flow quadrant. Now, how many of you, I'm curious, I want to get a sense of how many of you already have a business. I'd love to know the answer to that. Raise of hands. So maybe like a quarter of you, maybe you have an idea, but you haven't
Lisa,
implemented it yet.
let's
Yeah.
ask them to put it in the chat so we can gauge how many people are in the room who are what in the space that you're asking. So just engage in the chat, guys, so we can serve you properly and make sure you're getting the right information, right? So how many of you, what was the question again, Lisa?
Already have a business. Okay.
Okay,
So
great.
there's okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, really, that's the very first thing, is making a decision. Now, sometimes people ask, well, okay, I get it, but what do I do next? First of all, the number one thing I would suggest you do is continue to say yes to these kinds of things. Lorna, would you agree? I think actually it's about 90% mindset, 10% skill set when it comes to owning a business.
Yes. And both of us are saying and I'm going to ask you a question, because a lot of us, we say we own businesses, but we're in the business, and we're not working on the business. So there's a distinction there as well. So I would love you to share some ideas around that context, because you started by saying, we're working, right? So how do we create a business or income that is not attached to us being the person creating that thing? Do you know what I'm saying? Like going to the work 9 to 5. How do we create that? How did you create that for yourself?
Yeah, great question. Well, I chose to become part of a franchise organization. That Lorna is part of our franchise organization. Okay. Now, what I do find often happens is people get an idea and they think, okay, I'm going to make a business around that. There's a lot of coaches that fall into this cycle, and absolutely nothing wrong with coaching. But I will tell you that probably 95% of coaches are not paying their bills, right? So one of the first things that I would suggest is be open to exploring what's already out there. Do you have to invent the wheel? No, you don't. There are so many amazing opportunities for you to actually step into an existing environment that has already been created for you. That's really all I did. And what I did then is I brought, think about every one of us. First of all, you are God's best idea, my friends. I look at life through the lens of Jesus. That's just my particular lens that I look through. Whatever lens you look through life, I pray that you have a higher power that tells you there's a good plan for your life, and it's an abundant one. And we're meant to do life together. We're meant to do business together. It's one of the reasons Lorna and I locked arms is we have a similar vision. We have a similar mission. And we know that we shouldn't be doing it all, right? That's the trap that most business owners fall in, right? The second thing, because I want to be respectful of our time and our cadence of our net. How many more minutes do we have, Lorna, out of curiosity?
You have around 10, 15 minutes left.
Okay. I don't want to forget this part because this is really, really important. Now, Lorna mentioned to you that I was 30 years in recruiting. What she didn't say is my industry was financial services. So when I stepped away from corporate, my business that I run now is financial education, wealth education. And I want to tell you, one of the common mistakes that people make is they are building their wealth the way that everybody else is. Okay. You go to the same job, and what do they offer you? For example, they offer you usually a 401k, maybe if you're in education, a 403b, 457, and if you're in government. So people build wealth the way that everybody else is building it. So let me ask you a question. If we know that most people are on the left side, and yet most of the wealth is on the right side, which is business owners, by the way, doesn't it make sense that we get to look at building wealth differently as well? Okay. So I have a couple slides that I can share with you that illustrates this. Okay. So the first thing that happens is most people actually don't know where their money is. They don't have an idea where it's going. Does anyone have teenagers or kids, on the call? Can you imagine if you didn't kind of know what your kids were doing, right? They get in trouble, right? And money is just the same. I sit down with families every single day, and this is actually one of my gifts to y'all. If this resonates with you, we sit down, we help you figure out, where is my money today? We find that usually there's about 50% spent on living expenses, maybe about a quarter on taxes and a quarter on debt. And what is left over? There's not a whole bunch that's being saved in America. Do you know the average American is one $400 emergency away from not being able to pay their mortgage, right? And the thing is, remember when COVID hit, how many of you had one income basket? Out of curiosity, how many had one income basket? I'd like to know.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Let's see, because this is super curious, because that's why a lot of businesses closed down. They weren't able to pivot, right,
Yes.
Lisa? So knowing where your money is the start of, and I gotta tell you, I don't care how rich you are. By the way, most of the rich people don't know where their money is. So that's why when they are embezzled and all of that, they go into bankruptcy, because they're not tracking their money. Okay, so even as you are moving through life, whether you have a business or not, or you're just starting out, there's a word called KPIs that gets thrown around in the accounting world. It's a acronym for actually tracking, right? Key performance indexes, right? How's your money performing? How are you performing with your money? Right. So Lisa, I love that you brought that up. So I'd love to see in the chat. So I want to see in the chat, how many people are tracking their expenses? How many people are tracking their expenses? And I'm calling you forward. I'm not calling you out. I'm just bringing you into an awareness, because a lot of times if we don't bring things to the forefront, to the awareness, then things are happening in the background and you're wondering why. It's because you're not acknowledging the thing that needs to be acknowledged, right? So go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll give you a gift right now. Google high yield savings accounts. Let's give you a 4% increase on your money right now. Because high yield savings accounts are averaging between 4 and 5% right now. And yet where do most people have their money? They have it in like a Wells Fargo or a Chase, getting 0.01%. The banks are doing really awesome with their money. Everyday families like us, we're not doing so well, So what Lauren and I do is we teach people, hey, let's show you how to pay less in taxes. Let's show you actually ways to get out of debt. I personally released $70,000 in credit card debt in my life. And I did that when I was a single mom with 2 little ones at home. I bought a house on my own as a single mom in California. And how did I do it? You know what, guys? I just got super clear about my money, and I became a student of how it works. I think a lot of us have outsourced our money. We've just kind of given it to whatever organization we're part of. If we're business owners, this is a really common mistake. All we do is we show people where the banks are putting their money, because that's what most people are doing, is they're giving it to the banks who are lending it, investing it. and making lots more on our money than we are. So we just get to show people where their money is. And, we think personally, I believe that one of the keys to unlocking this is financial education. Financial freedom is the key. So, we don't have a lot of time together. There's a lot of information that we can share, but there's other things that Lorna and I are doing together that we're going to invite you to. But as we're kind of wrapping up, I want you to think about, for example, how are you investing today? If you're investing at all, which I hope you are you investing like most people, which is taxable and tax deferred, 401ks, things like that, mutual funds, or are you investing in a tax-free space? How many think that taxes will be higher when they retire? Raise of hands for those of you that think taxes might be higher when you retire. Okay. Most people do believe it will. Believe it or not, we're actually in the lowest tax brackets in the history of our lifetime right now. Isn't that crazy? So why is it so important to understand these concepts? Because if we think taxes will be higher and yet we're saving tax deferred, doesn't it make sense to understand tax advantaged? Because right now, this is how most people are saving and spending on major purchases. They have a bank that they pay directly from, and they go buy a car. They either borrow the money or they take it from their bank. They pay their mortgage. They pay like maybe renovation on a home and helping their kids get married. These are just some examples, right? But what if you can actually create your own bank? This is one of the things that we love to teach people. So not only are you building your own wealth, there's a strategy that we teach about called cash value life insurance. There's many, many ways, many, many books that have been written on this. And as we're going through, I want to just share with people, there's been generations that have been doing this for hundreds of years. But guess what? This little thing in the middle, if you go on TikTok and search on IUL, TikTokers are doing it too. So it was a long time ago, but it's becoming mainstream. So my advice as we're wrapping up, my friends, is, become a student. There are so many great books. And guess what? The great part is, if this topic doesn't resonate with you, lock arms with Lorna and I, because we can help you. You don't have to be the experts, because we are, right? And so I just want to encourage you, whatever phase of your life you're in, if you don't know where your money is, if you're in tremendous debt, one of the gifts that we're offering for you is time with me to help you strategize on your financial roadmap. Where are you today? Do you have sexy assets? Do you have lazy assets? Could you learn a few things about money, right? Do you need to raise your financial IQ? That's what our mission is. And so as we're wrapping, definitely take a screenshot of this for the person that schedules time with me the first. I'm going to send you a hard copy of the book. I also have another book that is signed by.
Hold on, Lisa. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. So we want to make this fun. We want to make this interesting. We want people to take action. This is the Freedom Wealth Summit. We want people to take action. So Lisa's first offer is time with her. So Jen, if you could put the link for Lisa's offer in the chat so that we can get people scheduled with Lisa. And then second offer, the first person who, Jenny, do you have the link? I didn't see it in the chat yet, but the first person who takes that offer is going to get the free book. And I want to throw in, Lisa, if you can, the person who stays until the end will also get a gift from you and I. Are you good with that?
I love it.
Okay.
And
great.
one more thing, Lorna, we should share with them is the workshop, the Wealth Creator Workshop, which Lorna's been a guest for me as well. She's one of our affiliate partners. It's a 5-day workshop. It's free. And by the end of the 5 days, you're going to know probably about 90% more about how money works and how to make money. We actually show you 4 ways to actually develop revenue in your own life. The next challenge starts on June 19th. So I put the link in the chat for y'all to opt into that as well. And I can't wait to see you all soon. It's been a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. I want to just did you put the link for the challenge? Did you put? I don't see the link. Why am I not seeing the links? I'm not seeing the link for your. Okay, there it is. I just saw it. Okay, great. Awesome. So how can they connect with you outside of the calendar? Because some people are not going to take action. I'm just going to call the big elephant in the room. Some people are not going to take action.
I'm going to put my phone number in the chat. And just so you know, friends, I give my number to everyone. I believe most of us, we are strangers or friends we haven't met yet. Okay. And my husband doesn't always agree with that I give my phone number out, but here's the deal. There's 42 ways to connect these days. So if you don't get time on my calendar, please text me. Because that is when I left corporate, I left email behind. I gave it up. I released it. And so don't try an email, please text me. And it would bless me abundantly to meet with each of you. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Love you, my sister. I appreciate you so much. This has been so valuable. Put in the chat as we wait for the next speaker to come in. Thanks, Lisa. You are amazing. And June 19th is the next 5-day workshop. I'm telling you, let me tell you something. That's free. So if any of you know me, you know I'm Jamaican. So when I get excited, it comes really out. So keep up. So I'm gonna tell you this: what Lisa teaches in the workshop, I paid somebody to teach me how money works. We have not been taught how money works, right? We have just been taught to go after the money. But if we understand how it works, does it make more sense that we could create it faster? And so we'll have the freedom that we desire so that we can give as we desire. Yes? So please take advantage of the offer from Lisa and meet with her, go over your money plan, and let's get everybody on a different trajectory. Yes? Agreed? Raise of hands.
Lorna,
agreed. What else?
Can I say one more thing while you're waiting for your next guest? Lorna said something I just had to comment on. Does anyone have a desire to give more generously? Give. Okay, so one of the dreams that God planted in our hearts about 5 years ago when we formed Lisa Williams Co. was to create a tribe of 7-figure givers. Does that get anybody excited? We can give with our time, but boy, imagine if we started sending missionaries that had money to these beautiful countries that needed help, right? And we also sent people that could equip other people to give more generously, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of our dreams. We get to generate more so we can be more generous. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, darling. I'll catch you on the next one. Catch you in the workshop, right? All right. So I would love you guys to put in the chat, what's your biggest takeaway from what you heard Lisa speak about? What's your biggest takeaway from what you heard my generous friend Lisa speak of today? Put in the chat so we can see it as we welcome our next amazingly gorgeous, beautiful Catherine Colvin Pacino. Catherine, are you here in the house? How are you? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm unmuting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, my darling. How have
Good.
you
Hello,
been?
everybody. It's nice to finally see you, Lorna. We had a great conversation the other day.
I know. So your hand is cut. Are you on your phone?
Yes, I am.
So I gotta figure out a way because half your face is covered by your finger. So yes, there you go.
How's that?
There you go. Amazing.
I always tell Eric I'm a tech idiot. And I don't have my laptop with me. It's back in Vegas. And that was a very, very interesting conversation. because, giving freely. And that's something that I wanted to, impress on too, because my husband, William Lashbrook, is also happens to be a retired stockbroker. And he has worked also with tax shelters for teachers. But he has taught me, and I knew a lot of this before.
Hold on, Catherine. Hold on, Mama.
Huh?
You jumped right in. But I want to introduce you to the guests. We have a lot of people on here today who have come to hear you speak. So I want to formally introduce you to our audience. Catherine Colvin, I keep pronouncing your second name wrong.
Colvin.
My apologies. Catherine Colvin Pacino is the stepmom to the famous Al Pacino. And Catherine is famous in her own right. She is an really well-recognized actress. She is an entrepreneur. She is a giver. And guess what? Catherine just started a jewelry line, Kate Colvin jewelry line, which really features unique pieces. I wish I had one of them to show, Catherine, but we got to work on that. And she's also writing 2 books, and she has a TV show and a podcast. Now, what I want you to hear from that introduction, guys, is how tenacious this woman is, right? Because she is still living life to the fullest, right? So, Catherine, go ahead and tell people one of the most enchanting things you know about yourself.
The most enchanting thing I know about myself?
Yes.
I'm a very highly spiritual person, and I believe in that we are a radio frequency. We're like a radio tower, and what we emit, we get back. So it's very important to put out positive. And the lady before was talking about giving. And that is so important because money has an energy. And this is what I was about to say, because my husband, William Lashbrook, who's a retired stockbroker and worked with teachers' annuities, he taught me, the money has an energy. And it's very important to give in a positive way. There's clean money and then there's toxic money. And I think we all know that it could be used for good or evil, and it's how you use it that determines it's good or evil. Because money, if it's used in a negative way, becomes toxic money.
Absolutely.
And so it's very important that, when you do make money, they use it for good things like charities. Like in an example with my Kate Colvin jewelry collection, I'm going to be giving to children's charities. But I also give to Israel.
Can I ask you, what's the reason why you decided to start that jewelry line at this stage of your life?
Well, because I just wanted to do something a little bit different. I was brought up in the jewelry business. My father owned a jewelry store chain, and I've always loved fashion and things like that. And I go, why not do this? Take on where my father left off, but do it a little bit differently, because my dad had all the fine jewelry, the wedding rings, gold, diamonds, gemstones, and things like that. Not that I won't have, a lot of that, but I also want fun things like feng shui and boho and the smart diamond and things like that. And it's something that I really, really enjoy. And then later on going into luxury handbags, maybe, like jeweled handbags and belts, things like that. I love that. And I love having worked in fashion, making, every woman, even more beautiful and making her feel like a queen or a princess, right?
Yes. And so you were talking about giving, are you saying you're creating the jewelry line, and from the sales, a portion of that, the sales will go to charities across the world? Is that what I just heard?
Charities for children mainly. but I also give to vets, pets, and first responders. I think it's very important to give. Those are positive charities to me. And these are people that are very important to the community and children especially, because I was adopted at birth, and it's my way of paying it forward. I never had to go into the foster children, thank God. So it's my way of paying it forward and to giving to foster children and to foster children aging out of the system. That's who I worked with a couple of years ago up in Northern California, out of Sonoma.
Got it.
And
So
I go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
These girls and guys, they would come in and they were sexually abused, physically abused, mentally abused. And we would work with equine therapy, culinary, art. And from the time that they came in originally, and by the time that they left, they were different people altogether for the positive. They were ready to go out. And because I worked in fashion, I would show them the best colors when they went out to, like, if you look better in blue, or do you look better in pink or whatever, and how to wear their makeup and things like that. And I really, that gave me so much pleasure to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's so you're living a life of fulfillment is what I'm hearing you say.
That's right. Whatever you want to call it. But I'm 71 years old, and my life, Lorna, is just beginning.
I know. I'm so glad you said that, because I didn't want to tell people how old you are.
For once in my life, I really feel fulfilled.
Yeah. I love that, because here's the thing, guys. That's what life is all about, right? Like I know for me, I want wealth so that I can give, first of all, and have a give to the point where it's just fulfilling. It's not about the money anymore. It's and not that it has not been about the money, but it's about the people, right? Did you guys see the energy on her when she talked about how she served the people and taught them how to look in different colors and stuff? Yes, we get to be wealthy in our lives, and we get to have the money that we are after, quote unquote. It has to have a purpose, right? So Catherine, thank you for sharing that, because that is a powerful statement that I believe is missing from most people, right? Money doesn't have the purpose, so therefore they can't find the fulfillment, right? Because the next new house, the next new car, the next boat, the next plane, the next this, you keep getting those things because you're looking for something and you can't find it. And so
exactly. And when you're giving to children are our future. And they're so innocent, and it's up to us adults, to guide them so that they can see light at the end of the tunnel. And give them purpose. Because if you don't have a purpose in life, you're just not going to be fulfilled.
So how did you get to that point, and where in your life did you realize this was your purpose?
Through different, I think when I worked with my friend in foster care, I think that's when I really started feeling and seeing that these are the types of things I needed to do. And then my husband and I also belong to the Moose, where we give to children there and to seniors and to first responders. And also to the Real Cowboys, when we do the Silver Spur Awards once a year, we give to the vets. We give to the Gary Sinise Foundation. And I give to Tunnels to Towers every month. And see, when you put money for the good out of the universe, it always comes back in different ways.
Yes.
What goes around comes around, and boy, that is the truth.
No matter which kind of energy it is, right? No matter what kind of, and I want to bring the point that you made earlier. Money is energy. It's just a tool. Money itself, the paper is a tool, right? The energy behind it, the reason behind it, the reason why you're doing the
And
thing
that's
you're
your
doing.
energy, the energy
That's your
behind
energy.
it.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and what the lady said before, you give, what you can, and if you can, even a little bit more, and it will always come back to you in different ways.
Yeah.
Always. It's a law of the universe. You're not going to change it. I'm not going to change it.
The law of reciprocity, the law of value. By the way, people, if you learn nothing else from this summit, learn that everything operates by law. Everything. It's a law. So when we know the law, we can win because we know what's going to happen when you follow the law. See, we are following the law that we've been taught, but the real law that we're supposed to follow, we got to learn those ones too, right? So
right, because
because go ahead.
It's almost like we sign a soul contract from the other side. We come back here, and the earth is school. We're in school, and part of that school is learning and becoming, having a relationship with the Lord, and having with your spirit guides and your archangels, and the universe wants you to be prosperous. It's there. The bank is there, but you have to also learn lessons and work for it. And coming here and giving and teaching others to give is all part of it.
Yeah, that's why we're all here. We're all here for each other. So how do we live life in such a way that everybody becomes wealthy in whichever way they deemed necessary for them, right? Because some people in the world do not want wealth, right? Some people want to be in wherever they are. Not everybody is in the mindset of creating wealth for the purpose of giving, right? Because most people are in survival.
Or they may feel like they don't deserve it, or they have a negative mindset, and it's up to people like you and me, and all the lovely people that are on this channel here, to teach these people, to show them so that they have a light at the end of the tunnel. And when you empower others, you empower yourself. And that's one thing that Eric teaches that I love, so
absolutely.
I'm just really, really fulfilled now because I'm living my purpose.
Yeah. So I have one question for you that is, I think I'm going to ask every speaker. But the question I have for you is, what is the one superpower that you have that has brought you through the highs and lows of your life to this point?
I think when I accepted the Lord, that was one of them. And when I invited my spirit guides and archangels, in fact, I'm going to be talking about that in the future. But, I think I told you, Lorna, that I was brought up Jewish, and
yes.
But I accepted the Lord in 1980, I think it was, and it changed my life. And I'm still Jewish, but Jesus was a Jew. How much less of a Jew could I be? But I love the Lord, and He knows my heart. And I don't push it down anybody's throat, but I always tell my story when I can.
Yeah. And that is a super powerful, because I'm the same way. And if you have a different belief, I'm not in here to put my belief on you. Belief. everybody has their own belief, but I just want to hear what was your superpower, and how did that help you along the way? Like, Jesus is your Lord. How did you use that fact? How did you
Well,
use
I
it
knew
in your life?
I knew that he wanted the best for me. I knew he knew my heart. And for some reason, I was just inside me that I just knew inside me that everything was going to be okay. And I always had faith. I walked in faith. And I also nowadays, I light my incense or my Palo Santo, and I thank the Lord, dear Lord, Lord, oh God, King of the universe, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, Holy Spirit, calling all my spirit guides, calling all my archangels, calling all my ancestors on the other side, and I know they have my back. It's just a faith that I walk into, that I walk
A
within.
belief. A belief.
I know that
Yeah.
everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, yeah. So let's turn the conversation back to the new jewelry line and what your plans are for that. What's the next version of that? When is it launching? How many lines do you have? That kind of thing. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, okay. Well, the whole umbrella name is K Coven Jewelry Collection. But we're going to have, serious jewelry, fun type of jewelry. We're going to have like the religious crosses and the Star of David's, things of that nature are going to be called the St. Catherine line. I'm going to have like gold ingots and, like little gold bars. That's going to be called the Gold Rush line. And then I'm going to have the Royal line, the Royal Court, with the little names like Princess or Queen, Prince, King, things like that. And all kinds of fun little bracelets, feng shui bracelets, like I have one.
Yeah. Oh, you have one there.
With
Okay,
the
great.
rose quartz and the amethyst.
Nice.
I wear a Pehu bracelet. I don't go out without it. I wear my amethyst. This is my private collection that my mother left me because that's my birthstone. And I'm just having a lot of fun putting things together. And it's like clothes. You're not going to wear the same clothes if you're, bumming around and then you go as you would for the red carpet. You have, your different jewelry. I have my fun jewelry. I got my serious jewelry, so to speak. And you don't want to wear, really super expensive stuff all the time anyway. It could be dangerous. So
yeah, depends on how you look at it.
But,
yeah. So when does it launch?
But it will be launching. It's supposed to be launching within the next couple of months. We're putting our models together. We're putting a lot of things together. Eric and Dante are rocking my jewelry, along with Kate Linder, who played in one of the soap operas. She's going to be rocking it, and I'm going to have different people that I know, PR people, and working probably in, the Oscar suites and the Emmy suites, things like that.
Nice. So you're going to get a lot of exposure. I appreciate that. Okay, so
Right.
I loved having you here. You are a blessing. What I hear you say is you are living a fulfilled life at 71, and it's just starting for you. So there's hope for us all. And what I'm also hearing is that you have a couple of keys that you're using to live your life. First one is belief. Next one is faith. And what's the third one?
I just know.
You just know. You're knowing. Absolutely.
And that the spirit has your back, and they want you to be prosperous. We're here to be prosperous. This is God's, gift to us. But we also are in school, okay? And we have to work toward it, and we have to learn certain lessons, and everything is in divine timing. And knowing that this gives you,
and then have fun along the way. Don't forget that part. That was the third one I was looking for. Having fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, have fun along the way, of course. I am
Yeah.
having fun.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't take life so seriously, guys. That's the point on this, and that's the point on this interview with Catherine Coven Pacino. As we wrap up her interview, Catherine, where can people find you and stay in touch so that we know when the launch is taking place? And I don't know if you had a free gift for the audience today.
Well, that's something that Eric and
Dante.
Dante we're all going to work out. And my email is Coven Pacino, KOVINPACINO @AOL.com. And you can find me on Facebook, Catherine Coven Pacino. And I've got a couple of accounts. One is Catherine Coven Pacino, and the other one is Catherine, the cat's meow.
I love that.
And I'm probably going to open another one too, within time.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Awesome. Jenny, if you could put that in the chat for me, please, so that the audience can get access to staying connected with Catherine and knowing when her line of jewelry is coming out, and support her in that, so that she can give more. She can give more to the children that she is so passionate about supporting. Thank you, Catherine, for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you, the Easy Way family.
Yes. All right. So, guys, every time a speaker comes up, I'm going to ask you the same question. What is your biggest takeaway? Because remember, we set an intention before we started that we are going to take something away from each speaker, or something away from this entire event today. And we want to make sure that we stay in that intention for the entire time. So we are going to take this party right along. And I believe our next speaker is Miss Jackie Woodside.
Hey there, Lorna. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm so honored to be here with you and your fine people. And I see a number of my people on here. So a shout out to the folks on here who know and follow me already. But thank you so much. What a great idea and a great event to just spend a whole day taking in ideas about mindset and wealth and prosperity and service. It's just such a great way to be together.
Yeah, I love it. And I thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to be here to share yourself with the audience. And
never busy, always productive. That's my line. I'm never busy.
Yes,
always productive.
We can always have an entire conversation around busy, right? Because busy to me is hiding. Busy to me is playing small. So we can go a long way with that one. So Jackie, I want to introduce Jackie formally. Jackie is really a 4-time best-selling author. She is a TEDx speaker, an international trainer, and a professional coach. She's founded a curriculum called Curriculum for Conscious Living and Conscious Living Summit. And I know she just finished a Money Summit as well. So this is so appropriate for her to be here. And Jenny, if you could mute the audience, please. Thank you. She's just finished Money Summit. And as I was saying, it's so appropriate that she's here today on our Money Summit, our Wealth Summit, to share her information. And Jackie is, like I said before, a certified professional coach and a licensed psychotherapist with 30 years of experience in both fields. So Jackie, I know that's a mouthful, but I want you to give, and that's all the professional side of you. I want you to give me the fun side of you to share with the audience. Tell us who the fun Jackie is.
Yeah, well, my work is fun. If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, I have fun, whatever I'm doing. I've got a dumpster coming tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to spend Friday cleaning out my garage, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I bought this summer home, my summer home here. It was my great aunt and uncle's cottage going back to the 1950s. And I own one next door that was my other great aunt and uncle's cottage going back to the 1950s. So this is what, you know, and it'll be fun cleaning out the garage, all this stuff from the 1950s for my great aunt and uncle. You know, if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. So Lorna, before you go on and ask me the next question, I'm just going to ask a few people to turn your cameras on, because when I'm talking to a blank screen with just names on it, I'm not nearly as smart and you know, my thinking isn't as fluid as when I'm able to see faces. So LaDonna, Jenny, Ranjana, thank you so much. David, I think your camera's on, but I would just love to see a few more of you. Renata, hi, I see you there. And Hayden was here. I think he had to hop off. Anyway.
No,
I
Hayden
would
is
love
still here. Hayden's still here. Hayden,
Okay,
Jean.
Hayden, if you can come on. Anyway, go ahead, Lorna. I just wanted to invite people to actually engage with me. Listen, the more you put into this summit, the more you will get out of this summit.
Absolutely.
You know, everybody wants a new life, but nobody wants to change. So,
Yeah, that's a good segue into questions, because, you know, the definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if you so here's the thing. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real right now, Jackie, and I know you real, so that's why we here, girl. If you are behind a camera, I invite you to consider that you're playing small, because you are not showing up for yourself. It's not about me. Honestly, if you knew some stuff, which is why we're here to teach you the stuff, it's not about me. You're really not showing up for yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So consider that. And I also invite you to look at where else in your life are you not showing up.
It's really
deep,
great,
right?
really great coaching. No, Lorna, you're spot on. I mean, that is really great coaching. How you do anything is how you do everything.
How you do everything.
Yeah,
you,
know, so hey, Medj, thank you for popping on. You know, so if you're half-assing your participation in this summit, are you half-assing your participation in life? It's just a question. I'm not saying you are. It's not a criticism. You know, some of you are at work, some of you are driving a car and you can't get on camera. But, you know, my message is, you know, engagement leads to wealth. Let
me say it a different way.
Yeah, I don't know too many wealthy people who are like, you know, sitting back smoking one and hoping it turns out okay. You got to be engaged. You got to be engaged in relationships. You got to be engaged with high vibration people. You've got to be engaged in your career. You got to be engaged with your money. You got to be engaged with your mindset. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Hold on. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that a little bit more, Jackie. You said something like just hit the spot right there.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Being engaged. Again, how you do one thing is how you do everything, right? Yeah. So let's start a conversation about, if you're not engaged here on this summit, how are you engaged with the money? Going back to Lisa's conversation with where's your money at?
Yeah.
Right? Do you know where your spending is?
Yeah.
Do you know your KPIs in your business? Do you know those things?
Exactly right.
You not being on the camera is a exact reflection of that.
Yeah, it's a KPI, you know, are you, it's a performance indicator, you know, you know, and again, it's not a criticism, but I've been a coach and a therapist for 30 years. And what I know is that behavior change and creating sustained life change is the hardest thing you'll ever do. And, you know, we're living in an era where everybody's like, oh, the 3 quick steps to this and have a better life in 17 seconds. And, you know, I'm just here to say it's more complex than that.
Yes.
And it's harder work than that. There's simple principles of how to create change and behavior change and wealth change in your life. There's simple principles, but they are not easy to implement in your life. Somebody's in chat. People have no idea how to put the camera
don't focus on the chat.
Oh,
don't focus on the chat.
So funny. Thank you for that. Like, I had no idea, right? Because we're living in Zoomtopia. You know, we're living in Zoomtopia today, and I thought everybody knows how to have their camera on. Thank you.
Okay, so let's do. Thank you, Medj, for that. So let's fix it. So we get to be responsible, Jackie. So for those of you who do not know how to put yourself on camera, I'm gonna ask my host, Jenny, to request the people to come on video. You're gonna see it flash on the screen, and all you gotta do is hit the OK button. Okay? You're gonna see it flash on the screen once she asks you to start your video. Jenny, do you know how to do that, right? And then you're able to hit the button, okay. All right. So Jackie, I love this because we jumped right into like just coaching and
Yeah, you know,
this is the good stuff.
That's
All
how
right.
I roll.
So I know that you just hopped off a money summit, and you're in that energy already. And I know you teach about managing energy versus managing time. So I would love you to talk to us about managing energy. I know we talked a little bit about it with Catherine. So that's why I want to segment into a little deeper dive on managing energy so that money can show up and how they relate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Okay. First of all, Lauren, I want to just acknowledge you for hosting this event. You know, I know how much work it is to pull together speakers and get messages out and have people show up. So thank you for doing this, and congratulations on your success.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, the summit that I just did is called the Money Vibe Summit. And I wrote a book called Money Vibe, and I've got a program called Money Vibe. And really, it's all about the fact that money is simply the flow of energy into and out of your life. We call it currency. We call money currency for a reason, because it is a current of energy, you know, flowing in and out of your life. And so you'd be like, what do you mean by that? Money is energy. Well, what is money except an exchange of giving something to receive something? So everything in our universe operates through the exchange of energy. Everything is energy. My body is made up of molecules and cells that vibrate. That's your vibe, your vibration. How you impact your vibe and your vibration is through mastering your inner world of beliefs, emotions, attitudes, and thoughts. Okay, that's how you manage your energy flow. I just want to respond to the chat here. Jean, that's totally fine if you choose to be off camera. It was a request, not a requirement. So thank you very much for being here with us. It's totally fine if you choose to be off camera. So energy is flowing in and out of your life, but mostly 99.999% of the time, it is unconscious. A lot of our thoughts are unconscious. Our beliefs are unconscious. Even our emotions, like you might be a little off and somebody says to you, hey, what's up? You okay today? And you're like, yeah, I'm fine. What do you mean? So even our emotions sometimes aren't really, you know, highly conscious. So in order to create a wealth abundance, create wealth in your life, what I teach is the primary thing that you have to do is raise your money vibe. And what I mean by that is to get present to, get aware of what you believe about money. Like, let's just get there. So what you believe, what you think, how you feel about money creates the vibratory pattern that you're living in, that attracts or repels money. Conscious or unconscious? You have to be conscious of the beliefs, emotions, attitudes, and thoughts that you hold about money, because it is that pattern, that vibrational pattern, that creates either attraction or it's like closing off the garden hose of the flow of money. See, the universe is like Niagara Falls. There's so much circulating in the universe all the time. There's money everywhere. Money is everywhere circulating in our universe. The question is, are you directing the flow of universal life force energy in the form of money into your life or not? Yeah. Money is everywhere. See, that's one of my beliefs. Money is everywhere. And I just have to direct the flow of money into my life. So what you're saying is the first step in figuring that out is figuring out what is stopping that flow for you by knowing the stories, I call them stories, that you've created about money, whether taught or learned, whether taught or
or passed down or just absorbed through society, mother, father, trauma, any of that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we all have a set of beliefs about money, and the very common ones are like, I'm not one of the lucky ones, or it just doesn't work out for me. It's hard to make money,
Hard.
or it's hard to make good money. I'm not good with money. Like we have these, all of these beliefs, and then we create conditions that support these beliefs. You follow that? We create conditions through our behaviors and our decisions that support our beliefs. So if you believe it's difficult to make money, you will then create the conditions of low paying jobs, or not keeping a job, or not having success with your business, because that supports what you believe.
Yeah.
Life doesn't give
it's like
you what you want. Life gives you what you believe.
Yes. Yeah. It's like saying, there's a scripture that says life and death is in the power of the tongue. So what you say you believe is what you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's no different. So Jackie, what are some of the ways that people can become conscious of what is stopping them from getting to their goal of whatever they want in terms of finances?
Yeah. So first of all, you have to become really aware of what you believe. And one of the ways of doing that, like to really get underneath your financial beliefs, is to use some financial affirmations, like money is everywhere and I just have to direct the flow of money into my life, or it's easy to make money, or I am wealthy. If you'd use an affirmation like that, and you just pause and pay attention, immediately you will have a visceral reaction. Like, I am wealthy. There might be part of you that's like, ugh, that's such crap. I wish I were wealthy. That's good for somebody else, but not for me. Or, you know, what do people think of me if I'm wealthy? If you pay attention and even do it in writing, I am wealthy, and then do some writing. No, I'm not. I wish I were. Yeah, that would be nice. Just do that. I call it puke up that fur ball of resistance, puke up that fur ball of limitation. If you pay attention to your inner world, it will show itself to you. And the more you can get aware of it, and I call it clearing it out through writing all your hesitation, do you know what happens? It disappears. It just, like, you just run out of anything to say. I am wealthy. That's crap. No, I'm not. I wish I were. I'm wealthy. Well, that would be nice someday. Maybe I could be. I am wealthy. I am wealthy. I am wealthy. And it's in that cleared energy space that the fruit of that affirmation can take hold in you.
Yeah. So the key that I'm hearing you say is that you get to be, again, intentional about the writing of it, the bringing it out into the open, both in words and written, right? So that it makes room, space for whatever needs to be there. Yeah. Whatever gets to be there can show up. Absolutely. You got to get rid of that negative energy in order for the positive energy to come forth. And then you can replace now that negative energy, that negative affirmation, I'm going to call it, with a new affirmation of I am wealthy. Because once
that negative belief, that limiting belief of like, that's not for me, it's too hard, I can't figure it out, I'm not enough, that everybody has those limiting thoughts. Our job is to train ourselves. Use your mind to train your brain. Notice how I said that. Use your mind to train your brain to have different neural pathways and to think differently. Your mind and your brain are not the same thing. Yeah, exactly right.
I want to see, I want to hear, hold on, Jackie. I want to see who's that an aha moment for? Even if you're off camera, put in the chat. Who is that an aha moment for? Your mind and your brain are not the same thing. I want to see if that's an aha moment for anybody. Hey, yeah.
Jennifer. Yeah. Hey, Jennifer.
Thanks for sharing, Jennifer. Thanks for your authenticity, because that's the part of the key. And LaDonna, yeah, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, you
So
got to use your mind to train your brain.
train your
Because
brain.
here's the thing
Yes.
that you need to understand. This directly relates to wealth. Your brain is not designed for you to thrive. It is designed for you to
For you to
survive.
survive. Yes,
Yeah.
girl. Let's
So,
go. We're going
so
to
your
church.
brain is always going to have like the watch out, be careful, don't take a risk, keep the job, I need the paycheck, yada, 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 yada. So you can use your mind to, I love that, Jennifer, thank you. You can use your mind to overcome the limitations, which aren't really limitations. It's just the design of a human being. Kelly, thank you for coming on camera. It's great to see your beautiful face. Hey, it's just,
Kelly.
so everybody think like, oh, there's something wrong with me. You know, why do I think this way? There's nothing wrong with you. It is the design of a human being. I was a therapist for 30 freaking years. I've spent hundreds of thousands of hours listening to human beings talk about their inner world. And here's the thing, it's all the same. It's some version of, I'm not good enough, I'm not lovable, and I've got to protect from people finding that out. Not enoughness is like, it's a design flaw. I can't wait till I die and I can be like sitting in you know, euphoric heaven and say to God, like, what was with that brain always like not serving our higher purpose? And God will smile and say, that was your spiritual purpose on earth. You know, that's really what I believe. Our spiritual purpose is to learn to overcome the limitations of your human experience with using your spiritual strengths and capacities.
Yes, that's so super powerful. Oh my gosh, that is some gem that you drop in here, Jackie. So you talked about one. What's another technique, tool that they can use to become aware and shift? So let's go into the shifting of it, because now that you do the affirmation, is there anything more than just the clearing that moves them into the next step of realizing?
I mean, I have a ton of stuff I could say about it. Let me just choose some that I think are super important. Hey, Barb, thanks for coming on camera. David, nice to see you. Thanks for being on camera. It's awesome to see you guys. Let's get engaged. Let's be a community.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, there's a couple of things. First of all, and that, you know, again, I don't mean to be like all hard ass or everything. It's just I've been in this game for a long time, and I kind of know what works and what doesn't. So like those blog posts, the 3 quick steps to blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's nice information, but chances are it's not going to change your life. So, and by the way, I'm one of the people that writes those blog posts. So I'm not like criticizing anybody. It's just kind of the culture we're living in. Anyway, so here's one of the things I want to say to you. If you're serious about your accumulation of wealth and self-mastery and using your mind to train your brain, you cannot do this without having a daily practice. And having a consistent daily practice. I'm going to say a little bit more about that, and then I'm going to give that a caveat. So remind me that I have a asterisk next to it. Okay. Barb, nice to see you. Thanks for coming on camera. So, so you have to have a daily, don't look at me, Barb. Don't look at me. Look at the road.
Focus.
Right. So you have to have a daily practice. And what I mean by that is like some time of your day that you are pausing to consciously and intentionally focus on your inner world. So it can be, I'll just share what my daily practice is. I'm always doing some kind of spiritual reading an uplifting book. Right now I'm reading for the 3rd time a book called The Way of Mastery by the Sante Cristo Foundations. Fabulous book. So I'm always doing some kind of spiritual reading. I do a daily gratitude list. That's a full page, not only of things I'm grateful for in my life, but get this, things that I'm grateful in advance for bringing into my life. So I'm grateful in advance. Thank you, God, that I already am wealthy. Thank you, God, that I'm wealthy. Thank you, God, that I now have all the money that I need to tear down this 1950s cottage and rebuild a beautiful old summer home here. Thank you, God, that that's now so. Right. So I thank you for that. My cat is on my lap and I have a warm cup of coffee. Thank you for a beautiful sunny day. So it's little, like, I'm grateful. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for my life. Thank you that I woke up today. Spiritual reading, gratitude list, meditation. You want to get clear on like how wonky your inner world can be? Start meditating. And people always say to me, I can't meditate. I can't quiet my mind. That is meditation.
Yes.
Meditation.
Yeah.
And that's why
I'm going to piggyback on that, Jackie. I want to piggyback on that because this is so important. This meditation piece, because there are a lot of misunderstandings and myths out there on meditation. It's woo-woo, it's this, it's that. Meditation, guys, is simply paying attention to your thoughts. That's all it is. It's paying attention to the thoughts that are coming up, right? And the thoughts that come up, then once you acknowledge the thought, then what do you do with it, right? You can dwell on the thought, you can let it go and choose a different one. The thoughts are not going to stop. See, some people are under and you have the degree, but I have some knowledge as well. Jackie, the thought is not going to go away, right? The thought has to come. That's just how we were wired, just like Jackie said before. So the trick is to have the thought, acknowledge the thought, let it go, and say, interesting. Let it go, let the next one come. And as you do that, you quiet your mind, right? And just try it, even 2 minutes. Just try it on, right, Jackie? So that at least you're starting a new way of living that you didn't have before. You're going to get a different result, right?
Yeah, thank you, Lorna, for adding that. You know, how I begin teaching people to meditate is just 1 minute every day, sit still. Don't even worry about what your mind is doing. We are so jacked up on adrenaline because of the culture that we're now living in, and that's only accelerating, guys. So we are so jacked up on adrenaline that just sitting still, you know, for a minute and like consciously sitting still is a great place to begin. So do that for a week. Just sit still. Don't even worry about what your mind is doing. Just sit still for that. And then after a week of that, you can start counting your breath and notice that your thoughts are all over the place. By the time you get to 2 or 3, your thoughts have gone off. That is the point. Meditation is focused attention. So bring it back to the counting of your breath and then watch your mind go off. And just as Lorna said, don't get hung up on that. Don't follow that thread. Come back to the breath. Just do that for 1 minute, 2 or 3 times a day. 1 minute, 2 or 3 times a day, beginning and end of the day. Do one right after work. Those are 3. Anyway, so that's the second one. The reason that I'm saying meditation is so important is because fundamental to a lot of my teaching is use your mind to train your brain. Use your mind to train your brain. And you can't do that if you have no mastery over what your mind is doing. Right.
Yeah.
So this is like, you know, in football practice, sometimes you drive by a football field and they used to have the players run through the tires on the football field. You seen that in training? I don't think they do that anymore because they have all kinds of fancy equipment. But then on the football game, there'd be no tires. You know, there'd be no tires on the field. So why run through the tires? Well, it's training. So maybe you don't have to sit quiet and count your breath in a meeting or in a sales call, but it's training you. It's training you.
Yeah, I love that. Jackie, so you have been a success. You've used all the tools that you've learned and studied over the years, and you are now this, 4-time best-selling author. You own a bunch of real estate. You're doing your renovations. I'm going to ask you the question I asked the other speakers. What's the one superpower that and I'm sure you've had your ups and downs, right? Because human condition, yes. So what's that one superpower for you that you've used to bring you to today in your life?
I want to just flush that out a little bit, Lorna, by saying I also want people to know, I did all that and I've traveled internationally, speak internationally. I'm a best-selling author, blah, blah, blah. I was also a hot mess in my 20s, 30s, early 40s. I was on multiple psychiatric medications. I had multiple psychiatric diagnoses. I was diagnosed with PTSD, depression, ADD, and an anxiety disorder. I was on medication for many of those things. I was homeless for a time after a bad breakup. So I've gone from homeless to multiple 7-figure assets and homeless to owning 3 waterfront properties. I was in a domestic violence battering relationship. I went from battering to being the happiest married person that I know. So I'm not saying this like I was born with, some insight. Thank you, Jennifer. With, I was born with like some well put together, psychology or whatever. I was really, no kidding, a hot mess, and I'm not any longer. So Lorna, to answer your question, what is the superpower that has me, where I am today? And I would say it's that I work harder on myself than anyone I know.
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh.
I can tell people like have a daily practice and maybe 1 out of 100 people will do it. I can tell people meditate a minute 3 times a day. Maybe 10 people will do that. What I teach is so incredibly simple, but it's not easy to put behavior change in your life. You've got to have a dedicated, you've just got to really have a higher desire and purpose, which I guess is my other superpower, is I know God put me on this planet for a purpose, to raise consciousness on the planet.
Yeah.
I was not put here to ride the rides. I was put here to work the rides.
I love that. I love that.
That's where my zone of happiness is. My zone of brilliance is working the rides. I want to be that person. You're welcome, Amy. Thank you for saying that.
I totally ditto, Amy. That's so important because I was listening to a podcast day before yesterday, and this woman, her name is Susan Sly, I think it is. She's one of the only woman-owned AI tech company killing it in the world right now, right?
That's awesome.
And she said the same thing you did, right? And she is a 7 billion. She's worth $7 billion, right?
Wow, I want to meet her. I want to take her out for coffee.
Me too, girl.
Right?
And one of the things she said was the same thing you just said, right? And she's a billionaire. So here's the thing, guys. Follow the patterns. Follow the patterns. They're patterns that have been left for us to follow, right? The thing that I remember when you said what you just said about forming daily habits, she said the same thing. When her interviewer asked her, well, what do you use to become so successful? What do you use to become wealthy? What do you use to create $1 billion? She said daily habits, and then she gave 7 of them.
Wow.
By the way, included meditation, activity, health, which is what we're going to talk about in, I believe our next speaker is going to be on health, right? And this is the billionaire telling the audience, this is how she creates wealth so that she can live a fulfilled life by giving. It's a very simple formula, like you said, Jackie.
Yeah.
It's just that it's so simple that we overlook it, right?
Yeah.
There's a saying about simple. What is it again? I forgot what it is. If anybody remembers in the chat, it's simple, but it's not.
Oh, I say simple, but not easy. That's
not
what
easy. Yes,
yeah,
that's what
it's simple, but it's not easy because in order to implement it, you have to create behavior change. And in order to create behavior change, you have to rewire your neurology. And to rewire your neurology takes inner work, and that's what most people avoid. Right.
And the other part of that whole formula, I believe, is the one thing is the accountability at the end of it, right? Because without the accountability, you drop off and you stay off, right? You don't jump back on the track. Jackie, this conversation, I mean, we could talk forever, right? Because
you bet, girl. You bet.
We have the same thought process. So what is the way that people can stay in touch with you? And what is your free gift?
Sure.
To the guests
can drop it in. So sure, it's Jackie@JackieWoodside.com is my my email, Jackie@JackieWoodside.com. But I want to talk about the free gift a little bit.
Yes.
If you want a training ground to start using your mind to train your brain, my free gift is something called the 30-day Money Vibe Challenge. The 30-day Money Vibe Challenge. Yeah, you're welcome, Ranjana. And the 30-day Money Vibe Challenge is a training program that trains you to use the power of intention to bring unexpected income into your life. To bring unexpected income into your life. So you set an intention at the beginning of the 30 days, depending on where your money vibe is. If you have a high money vibe, you might say, I want to bring in $10,000 or $30,000. If you have a smaller money vibe, a less vibrant money vibe, you might start with $100 or $500, depending. And unexpected income is just money that's not already in the books. So it's not your job, it would be a raise, it would be a bonus, but unexpected income. I've seen people bring in $500. I've seen people bring in $110,000 over 30 days of unexpected income. So you set your intention, and then every day you get an email with an action, an affirmation, and an intention. And you write down the affirmation, you write down the intention, and you take that little 5-minute action in service of this money flowing into you. And then you look everywhere. Where's my financial good coming? Where's the money coming? Is there $1 on the floor? Is there $10 in my pocket that I didn't know was there? And you'd be amazed. You'll get rebates, you'll get unexpected tax incomes, you'll get gifts, and money will start showing up in your life. I've had this going on for years now, and the stories I get from people are extraordinary. It's an intention experiment to bring unexpected income into your life. Money Vibe Challenge.
I love that. I love that. I love that. And I want to add on to that, just to make sure that you do it right, people. Say it like, where's my money today? Where's my money today? People may think you're crazy, right? They're going to look at you like, what's she doing? Don't business with that, right? You don't worry about that. Just do it.
You do it. Do it
from?
mentally. You don't have to walk around saying that. But you know, here's the thing: you have to have a high vibe energy about money. You can't walk, I don't like it. Oh, what's going to happen? No, you just have to be like, I have this thing called the 5 E's: the energy of enthusiasm, excitement, expectancy, and expansiveness. That's the vibe you have to walk around with. Like, I love it. I love money, and money loves me, man. Where's my next good coming from? Lorna, is it going to be you? LaDonna, is it you? Where's my good?
Absolutely.
Just because money's everywhere, and I just have to direct all of money into my life.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Jackie, this has been a great conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, your fun energy, your high vibe. Yes, girl. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And hopefully we can connect again and do another even longer one on this, because I think there are a lot of things that you said that gets to, we get to get deeper on. So thank you again for being here, and catch you on the next one. All right, guys, we're going to keep the party flowing. Although I don't see my next speaker on. Hang on one second. So I'm going to here's what I'm going to do. I am going to.
Can you ask people what their takeaway was, Lorna? You didn't ask that.
Yes, I'm gonna ask the takeaway. Hang on one second. Yeah, so put in the chat, what's your biggest takeaway from Jackie's interview? Biggest takeaway from Jackie's interview. I know some of you said one before, but I want you to repeat it because I don't want you to forget, right? And I'm not going to remind you. Okay, self-work. Yes, Jennifer. It had to do with the this part, the big takeaway. Kelly, you have that face like, what is she talking about? No. All right. So I'm going to do a little fun exercise. And it's going to be a question, and it's a giveaway. This is the part where we have a quick little giveaway for people who are engaged, paying attention. Amy, power of working in yourself, dramatically change. Yes, absolutely. So I didn't see anybody put in the chat about your brain and your mind being different. Oh, you did, LaDonna, you did? Okay, great. Jen, write down LaDonna's name because she put it in there in the chat about the brain and the mind. So that, LaDonna, I'm gonna send you a gift. See, for participating, you're gonna get a gift, okay? And for everybody else, I'm gonna ask you just to, it's a quick exercise of part of the intention of this, right? And to like look at your money conversation that you have going on in your life right now. And I'm gonna say to you, if I gave you a gift of $1 million today, what would you do with it? write the question down. If I gave you a gift of $1 million today, what would you do with it? You don't have to tell me, but you can share it in the chat if you'd like. What would you do with $1 million if I gave it to you today? I would like you to write it down. If you're off camera, still participate. Write down, if you got $1 million today, what would you do with it? Maybe just a quick minute. All right. I'm going to read some of the chat because I didn't expect y'all to put in the chat. Start my intuitive life coaching energy healing center, Kelly. Invest in real estate, Sharon. The biggest takeaway from Jackie. Got it. I just want to know that everybody has done it. So even if you didn't put it in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you did it for yourself. Even if you're off camera, just put a 1 in the chat. And Medj, can you come back on camera? Because I don't see the next speaker on as yet. So, and I want to keep the party moving. Oops.
Lorna, you've got Eric on too. Eric is one of your speakers and he's on too if you need to.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, all right. Just trying to help out here.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Amazing. So Jen, if you could pin Medj, and we're gonna get started with Medj. And thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. And I want to welcome Medj Jasmine to the stage. Hi, Medj. How are you today?
Hello. I'm terrific.
You are terrific. And thank you for being here and engaging. And thank you for supporting the other speakers as well by being here and listening to their conversations. That's super generous of you. So I would like to acknowledge you for that. And thank you for jumping in before your time for speaking and being okay with it. So I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience. I want to say this first, that she is a serial entrepreneur, y'all. She's a serial entrepreneur. She's an abstract artist. She's a boutique owner. What else is there, Medj? Because there's so much about you. She's a therapist. She's a unique human being. And what I want you to see and hear in our conversation today with Medj Jasmine is that Medj, she is just intentional about who she's being in the world, and nothing stops her. That's my takeaway from the person I've met just recently, by the way. But that's how she's shown up in the world to me, right? And so, Medj, go ahead and tell the audience a little bit more about who you are and what you do, and then we'll take it away into questions.
Hello, everybody. So thank you, Lorna, for this beautiful introduction. And thank you, Jackie, for launching the summit. It was great. You will see that we are all going and saying the same exact thing, because when you think about it, there is maybe one truth about wealth. Being very engaged is very important. So who I am living the American dreams. I am not living one dream, but the American dreams. You see, I came from France exactly 15 years ago. And I came with the desire to do a lot of things. I didn't know exactly what, but I realized that as a little girl, I have a lot of dreams. And I am living them now, everything. I wanted to be a designer. I am a designer. I wanted to be a therapist and help people get rid of all the stuff that they have here. I'm doing it. I'm an abstract artist. This is my way to be in flow. So let's talk about money now, because you are here for the Wealth Summit.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
I want to do too quick. I am excited, passionate.
Yeah, I
right?
know. You're super excited, and I'm excited that you're excited, right? Because then we get to land the message. We get to land the plane over here. So I love that. So, Medj, coming here 15 years ago, as an immigrant, I freaking love that because I still resonate, right? I came here, oh my gosh, 38 years ago, right? As an immigrant. And, you know, the story is that immigrants have 10 jobs, but it's not a matter of the jobs, right? What was it for you that when you got here, what is the opportunity you saw for yourself that was different from where you came from?
So in France, as an adult, you don't go back to school. I have a successful business in Cannes. I was living the dream already. Hear me well. I didn't leave my country because I wasn't happy. I left my country because I realized that I came to the US and I saw many opportunities. That's what. And also at home, I was inside my comfort zone. As soon as I left home, alone in the world here, I was already another person. I was exactly who I was supposed to be. I was focusing on me, which was the first one in my whole life. Because before I was in politics, I was doing charity, everything that you can imagine. I was doing everything for others. And then I arrived here. There were no jet sets, no friends. I was just with myself. And then I found who I was. I found really the deeper meaning of being unique. Because each of us, we have talents. We maybe use one of or two, but we have many talents. We have many skills. But what makes us different from others, and by the way, difference is amazing, because even twins, science have shown that even twins are not identical. So if you realize that you have a special gift to bring to the world, you are making money, because you came on earth, you came here to earth, on earth, however you want to say it, to use your uniqueness. And when you use it, money flows.
So tell me about one of the unique gifts that you used as you came here by yourself, finding yourself. I love that you said that too, right? Because a lot of even, you know, a lot of people in general, they believe, and it's a belief. I strongly believe it's a belief, but you don't have to believe what I believe. I'm just sharing with you guys what I believe, is that giving yourself to all the things, right, is what you're supposed to do. But I am of the same conversation, Medj, that finding yourself is what you're here to do. And then when you find yourself, then you can give from your overflow. Most of us live our lives in the opposite direction, right? We give everything, right? And then what's left, which is usually nothing, is what we give ourselves. So I love that you share that, because that's part of building wealth as well, right?
Absolutely.
That's part of becoming generationally wealthy. So you're here by yourself, and you go ahead.
So
You want me to
I'm
ask a
here by
question, or you want to
myself.
say something?
Yes, I'm here by myself. And at first, it's almost scary, because remember, I come from the south of France with all this fun every day. Fun, party, the beach, you have it all, okay? So suddenly I am by myself. And then I realized that something that I always wanted to do was psychology. I wanted to do it at the age of maybe 6, 7. I wanted to do it at 15. I wanted to do it at 20. And I never did it because my parents told me, come on, you are not going to be a psychologist because they are all crazy. And we have some friends. They have some friends. They were not really like balanced, I will say.
Mhm.
And they say, you take everything on and you will be as crazy as the people that you are seeing. So I say, okay, that makes sense. They are adult, I'm a kid, I don't know. But it was always here. So what's happened? I came to invest in the US. I was supposed to bring my company here. To make it short, it didn't work out exactly like I wanted. I spent money, I spent time, it was terrible. But what happened is that when you are at one place where you say, oh my gosh, what I did, I so messed up. And then I begin to use my intrinsic skills, talents, and my uniqueness. I was with myself. And I say, okay, Madge, what's next? You spend all that money for a reason. You are here, you love it. I fall in love with Florida. I was like, wow, that is, and I fall in love with the immensity of the country. The country is big. You know, I come from a place where the streets are small, the car are little. I drove a Hummer. I drove a Jeep. I was like at the top of the world. I felt it. Already I am at top of the world just by driving my Jeep. So I say, okay. And you begin to meet people who will, and I say, that is life. On the path of life, you have appointment with people. You are meeting people. They are all important. Don't ever believe that they are not important. Everybody that you are meeting in life will help you understand your path, give you a lesson. Even though they are not good for you, they will help you grow and understand better who you are. So
I love
all
that.
this
Hold on.
stuff- Yes.
Hold on. Let's unpack that a little bit because you know you guys have a way of just flying over things when you say it, and I'm the one who's gonna like land the plane, like I said, right? So what you just said is so powerful. Be careful how you treat the people you meet in your life. Everybody matters. Everybody is important because you never know. There's a saying that says, be careful how you treat people because you never know when you will be entertaining angels. Has anybody
Oh
ever
my
heard
God.
that saying?
I
Anybody?
absolutely
Is that
love
only
that.
me? I'm the
I
only one
believe
who've
in
heard that before,
angels. I believe in
right?
angels.
Yeah. And
Yes.
I'm going to tie what you just said in to what Jackie talked about connection and currency. Money is connection is currency. Connection is currency. So that's why I'm here to say on this Freedom Wealth Summit, your freedom is easier than you think. It's all about relationships and how you treat people, right? The one person, what I'm hearing you say is, Madge, there's one person that can come into your life and totally change your wealth bloodline. One person
Forever.
forever.
You don't know who is this person. That's mean. It can be your neighbor. It can be the person taking gas near you. It can be at Publix or at the anywhere, the supermarket. You are in the road of life, the path of life, the journey of life. You are walking this journey of life. And you will meet one person who will say one thing. And I give you an example. I was at a wedding and I have one of my patients there. And this woman, we are talking, and she said, you know, Madge, you have been helping me a lot, but I just try a new thing. And listen to that very well. I was driving with my husband to this wedding, and I say, okay, I have this technology, amazing energetic technology that help people release, detox, all that. But I say, this is not powerful enough. I need something different. And at this wedding, this woman out of the blue told me, do you know, I heard about that. What do you think? I say, she would like to have my advice on something that I didn't know. As I was working with her, I say, let's do that. What do you think about going together to try it? And what I did. After 10 minutes, because I am ultra sensitive, after 10 minutes, I say, wow, this is what I was expecting. And today I have a few med bed in my practice. Why? Because I didn't believe she was a little person or she wasn't important, and what she was saying wasn't important. I live with intention. Exactly like you say, Jackie, you have to be focused and engaged. Engaged not only in everybody's life, but in your life. Live it with so much passion that everything is important. And how you do anything is how to do everything. Yes, everything is important.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. You know, what I don't want people to miss, what you're saying, is how important people are to your growth, not just your personal development. You can't have wealth without people. It's not possible. So we can give you all the money strategies. You know, the cash flow concierge is going to come on and he's going to give you his thing. He's going to do his thing with you. You know, Dante Sears is here. She's going to give you, you know, ideas on how she became wealthy and all that. We can give you all the strategies in the world. At the end of the day, people are at the top of the chain of the strategies, top of the chain, no matter what. Ask Sam Walton. Ask Sam Walton if he was alive. Ask his kids, who are each worth over $27 billion. Yeah. So let's go a little bit deeper, Medj. How did you? So I know that you do all these things. How do you find the time to be an entrepreneur, to be a therapist, to be an artist, because I know that in your artistry you put art on clothing as well for your boutique. Where are you finding the time? How are you doing this? Share with the audience how you do this.
I absolutely love this question, because Jackie talked about earlier, train your mind to be wealthy. So I will add a layer on this one. Train your heart to be healthy, to be wealthy, to be available, to have time and to have flow into your life. Train your mind. She told us, train your mind. Absolutely. But let's do it again. Train your heart. Because your heart is what makes you so unique. And as soon as your heart is aligned with your mind, with your brain, with your body, with your intention, with your decision, with your entrepreneurship career, because my heart is so aligned with my painting. You see my painting in the back? My heart is so aligned with my clothing that I have on. My heart is so aligned in helping people let go of their trauma. My heart is there. My heart is happy because when I wake up in the morning, I have this burning desire. And you talk about that, Jackie, also. So listen, guys, we all are talking about the same thing. The burning desire to do everything I came to do. I have this burning desire to take the time to be focused. So I meditate in the morning, 5 minutes. I do it 5 minutes to set myself straight There is no going all over the place. No, I am
It's,
straight.
mhm.
I know I'm focused. I know what I'm doing. Yes, I am inside my heart because my heart will always tell me the truth. I can have a lot of story here, the education, the environment, the peer, the limitation, everything, all there. The discussion, I say the noise that people are making, telling me I'm
Mhm.
not enough, I cannot do it, I cannot do all that, I cannot. So in my heart, I know. In my heart, I have this knowledge, this essence that say, okay, you're on the right path. And when you have that, you have balance. So you have balance in your life, meaning you have so much balance that you have time to do everything. And you are
Yeah.
not running after stuff. You are not trying hard. It's flowing. And wealth, it's about flow. They say the flow of money. Money flow when you are in balance and when you are doing exactly what you came to do. When you are using all your skills, all your talents, money flows.
Okay, perfect. That is so perfect to my next question. I love that. And I'm reminded that I did a summit called The Flow of Money, by the way. So when you said that brought back memories as because I did that one before. So Medj, as you're saying that, I'm gonna ask you the one question again that I ask all the speakers is you said all your talents, all your gifts, all your everything, right? What's your one superpower that has brought you from you're a little girl to today, sitting here in front of us here on the Freedom Wealth Summit today? One superpower, the biggest
So
superpower that has supported you in your life.
I have so many things coming in to mind. However, I will say passion,
Mm,
passion, excitement, but I can say passion. I'm passionate about everything that I'm doing. I'm passionate about helping people. That's why I have clients. I'm passionate about my art. I'm passionate about when I'm cooking, I'm passionate about doing something good. So passion, and passion again is in my heart. And because you are passionate, when you meet people, they feel it. They feel that you are not working for money. You are working to give them something to transform their life.
mhm.
Because
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
the secret. The secret is doing something. It's a service that you give. You make money. Yes, they give you money, but you give them something. You give them something to transform their life. And you know what? People want what you have when you are passionate. I don't know if you
yeah.
remember the movie. Well, it was. Oh my God, I forget the name of the movie. I Want What She Has. It was When Harry Meets Sally.
Oh, yes. Mhm.
I want
Yeah.
what she has. Here we go. So if I'm arrived and I'm not happy, I feel depressed. Would you want what I have? No, you want. You want
No.
what I have because I'm passionate, because I'm happy, because I love what I do. And when you have that, it's flowing. Money flows. You don't have to ask for money. You don't have to
Mhm.
sell anything. You are the product.
The product. I love that because there's a distinction around selling versus serving, right? And what I'm hearing you
I
say
serve.
is once you serve,
Hmm?
you don't have to sell, right? And that causes the flow to manifest.
Yes.
So guys, I hope you're hearing this. It's not the toil. This is so my translation of that is it's not the toil, it's not the doing, right? It's the being, how you're being, the
Being.
generosity, which is the service. Love,
Yes.
love, love that, Medj. Wow.
Thank you, Donna.
Your conversation is super deep. So as we wrap up our conversation, can you share what, I don't know, Jenny, the gift that Medj has, can you put it in the chat while Medj explains a little bit more about what her free gift is and how to connect with
So-
her?
You have it in the chat. I was ready. Oh, I think Jackie told you that also. Be ready, guys,
Yes.
because you are ready to do what you are doing. I was ready to give you your gift now. So
Mhm.
I gave you all my information, but also the gift. So the gift is that you
Mm.
will have a survey where you will find your strengths. Character strengths are something that are part of your being, are the assets that you have on your back for the rest of your life. And these assets will help you thrive and be the best version of yourself. So this is a gift for you. So there is no right and wrong answer. They are just you, right?
Mhm.
Also, you will have 15 minutes. As soon as you did your survey, I will send you an email and we'll set up a time to talk, because I will give you some small tips to use your character strengths. And I hope it will
Amazing.
help you for the rest of your life. And the link is for the rest of your life. So you create an account and you will have them and you will return back to them, go back to them and realize, oh, okay, I'm not feeling good today, but okay, I can use humor or I can use my leadership. Oh, so let's do it, guys, together, transform the world, impact the world and make ton of money, because we are serving a lot of people.
I love that. I love that. And thank you for your generosity. I hope you guys heard that. That gift is for the rest of your life. I love that, Madge. That's so super generous. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on. I just love our conversation and I hope we get to have more of them. Keep being who you're being. And even elevated even higher to wherever you see for yourself to be higher, Madge, because you are a gift. I see you, my friend.
Thank
I
you.
see you. Thank you for being here. All right, all right, all right.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah. So what's the takeaway? I'm going to ask you a question, guys, and I'm going to shift the energy up in this room right now as well. As you put your takeaways from Medj in the chat, and as we wait for the next speaker, I want to shift the energy a little bit. Move your body. Let's move it, guys. Yes. Who needs a change? Yes, money flows.
Yes. Passion.
Yes, passion. All right.
And you know,
Okay.
that was a huge one. I don't like to sell because I feel that I don't like that.
Mhm,
So I never sell.
mhm. Yeah, you never, and it's a catch-22. Girl, we could go into this conversation this is a whole workshop, right? Because selling is serving. How about that? If you remember selling is serving, then
Yeah.
you can turn it around in your brain, right?
Mhm.
You can rewire your brain to know that you're serving, you're not selling. And then it changes the energy in your body so that when you are serving, quote unquote, selling, you don't have that icky feeling in yourself that you're doing something bad, or you're
Exactly.
taking something away from somebody, or you're taking their money and you're scared to ask for the money that you value yourself to be, right? So that's a whole different summit.
Completely.
All right,
Thank you
Medj,
so
thank you
much.
so much. All right. Okay, so we're going to keep the party running. We're going to keep the party running, and we're going to bring up the amazing Dr. Dante Sears to the stage. And I don't see Jenny anywhere. Hold on, let me just change my screen. So we're gonna bring up Miss Dr. Dante Sayers to the stage. Are you ready for us, Dante?
Hello, Lorna. Yes, I'm ready.
Awesome, 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 awesome. What do you have there on the back of your thing? What does it say?
That's my logo, Thrive XO. Woo!
Oh, Thrive
I didn't have
Excel.
time to make it like on the side.
That's okay. That's okay. I thought you were gonna do Wealth XO. So okay, guys. Here's another serial entrepreneur in the house. That's all we have on this Freedom Wealth Summit, because that's probably who you get to be in the world starting today. So let me introduce Dr. Dante Sayers. She is a metaphysical doctor, a conscious wealth business consultant, a real estate strategist like myself, and a global solutionist. Love that. That's solving the problem from your soul. Yes. So I love, love, love those titles, Dante. And she really, really, we had a conversation, myself and Dante, and what I know of her is that she's super passionate about bringing conscious wealth to the world. She comes from a line of wealth, and she's changing how people think about being wealthy in the world and bringing it to people who otherwise couldn't think that way. So I'm super excited to have her on. And Dante, thank you for being here. So are you wearing Catherine's necklace?
I am, absolutely. Yes, I'm wearing a couple pieces here. Ooh.
Side note, let me see the one on your arm. There's the
This
bracelet.
is my favorite one. Oh,
Oh,
my
that's
goodness.
super
I have
fun.
so much energy. I want one on each hand.
I love that. I love that. So see, guys, Catherine didn't wear her own jewelry, but Dante wore it for her. So you guys can get to see examples of what it's going to look like. So Dante, I'm glad you are here. And I want to have a really great conversation with you about wealth and how the wealthy think, because you grew up in that space, and you have a heart for people who are not in that space. So I want to have this conversation be about the bridge that you're creating, and a little bit about your history and how your intention is to cross that bridge so that people start thinking a different way. So first, let's start by you telling us a little bit about yourself in your own words, and then we'll take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Lorna. I really appreciate the stage and this beautiful women that are here today. You did a great job cultivating everyone. So hi, ladies. My name is Dr. Dante Sayers. I'm a metaphysical doctor. I am a serial entrepreneur by blood, DNA, and I have absolutely no choice about it. I literally think of business ideas in my sleep. And I have like 350 different domains of brands that I hope to one day be able to build, or even help one of you all build them, because I need 1,000 years on this planet to do everything I want to do here. So I grew up actually kind of like in a dichotomy, because, you know, I always felt like, well, first of all, I think that I had a very blessed background, which is like my parents were both very motivated people. I grew up with a mom that was like Tony Robbins. I was not allowed to say I can't do anything, like not at all. If I say I can't, I am interrupted by having to go do it and do it 3 times to prove I can do it. So there was just a very like can-do attitude around growing up. My mom was super motivated. I also came from the Sears Roebuck family. I didn't inherit the money though. I inherited the genes. I inherited the crazy product genes. I looked up once Sears and Roebuck patents, and it was like 26 pages. And it was like everything from like tires to like lawnmowers to like car insurance to real estate stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's me. So I was very fortunate. I could feel like I grew up like rich dad, poor dad. My real dad, he died when I was 4 years old. He would have been the first Bo Jackson. He was a basketball, baseball, and football player who actually had a choice of which one he wanted to go pro with. He chose baseball, and he ended up dying before the season started from cancer. And that absolutely interrupted my life because, you know, had my dad been a professional player, I would have had a very different life. But instead, I grew up very sensitive. I'm very upset that I lost my dad. And so what happened is I developed this really deep level of empathy to where I would walk up to people and I would just touch them and start crying. And they're like, "Why are you crying, little girl?" And I was like, "These are your tears. I'm releasing them for you." And they would be like, "What?" And I went on so many missions as a child. I mean, I don't even know I found the people, but I would find people and I would just serve them. And then I would just disappear as soon as like the mission was over. And so those experiences let me see people in all different walks of life. I mean, I saw families that were living like, 20 people in one house with no electricity and stuff. And I'd show up and serve them every day. And I'd never thought differently about them. And I started really seeing that, we're all just in this thing, like trying to survive. We're all in this thing, just trying to like have more time with the people that we love and see them have a great life. And so those things really, really shaped me and my heart early on, along with me being this very motivated person that was like, I want to be a multimillionaire. I want to change the world. But it was like, how do I do it in a way that's really impactful and really satisfies this other part of me that was like, I also want to learn how to kill cancer, destroy disease, and like get rid of those kind of, fears in life so that I could just be, no holds barred towards my goal, right? Because I realized early on, like, no matter what, no matter how successful I am, if I'm not healthy and I don't figure that disease part out, then that success could really just be snatched from me. And so those are like the early underpinnings of my career, along with growing up as a model actress and an entrepreneur parent.
So that's a mouthful, girl. That's a mouthful. So
that's just a little part.
I know. So I want to unpack it a little bit more and because what I want people to see in from your life is the possibilities, right? Like yes, you have the Sears and Roebuck name, but like you said, you don't have the money, but you have the DNA of it, right? So how did you come to be who you are today? Like, what taught you the things that you know today about building wealth? And how does it align with your passion, your mission about healing diseases in our world?
Well, first of all, what taught me was God. I mean, losing my dad early, I clung to God. I clung to him, just like, please, God.
How old were you?
I was 4 years old when my dad died, but it wasn't until I was 10 that my mom told me he died. I just thought he was like away playing sports. And then one day she's like, "No, your dad's been dead since you were 4." And it was like, what? But the funny thing is that what happened is I became very shy and withdrawn and empathetic around the age that he died. So to me, I feel like when he passed away, his energy like came to me and it amplified everything that I had in some kind of way where I wasn't just a little kid. I mean, I was reading 27 books every 2 weeks from my library. I was dissecting medical journals. I was reading neuroscience books in 4th grade. And I mean, just like that. So I really think that I got lucky in that way that that's something, that the blessing came out of it. But definitely I clung to God and I prayed all the time, like, God, tell me what I don't know. Why do you allow suffering in this world? Why is this divide? Why are some people so miserable and born into suffering? Why did people die in plane crashes? I had all these questions. And finally, one day I got the answer. And that answer changed my life. So that's part of it. The other part is that I think from my prayers, because I spend so much time in prayer, like they say, pray without ceasing. And it doesn't matter if you believe in God or if you believe in source, if you believe in manifestation, you believe in universe. To me, it's all the same thing. Einstein said energy can't be created nor destroyed. right? So that means the energy within you isn't within me, is within the world. And Wallace D. Wattles talks about that formless substance and how we can call it into shape. So I basically kept calling this into shape. This is what I want. I want to cure cancer. I want to be a millionaire by the time I'm 30, and I want to figure out suffering and why God allows suffering, because I was like, God, I can't love you because you allow suffering. And one day he was like, oh no, honey, you is you that allows suffering. And that really changed the trajectory of my life, realizing that we are the cause of our own suffering. We are. And so when we figure out how to align the money piece with creating a better world, so that we're actually creating instead of creating a deficit. Because like, if you're creating wealth, but it's harming other people or the world, and you just don't care about that, you're creating a deficit that the future children and generations will never be able to pay back. And so we truly go to work every day thinking like, God, I wish I could do something about this world. We have to start right here. And so I figured that out kind of earlier in life, and I started to put all that together, and I started to serve people. And that's when my wealth changed. I mean, I started to serve them with my business. When I said, oh, the way I make money can be tied to this soul passion, and I can bring them together, and then I can help people. So literally in real estate, I started like coaching my clients. I wasn't even selling their house. I mean, it wasn't about that. I'm amazing real estate agent. Like, I can sell your house 10% more than everybody's in the neighborhood. I do not just sell houses. I create experiences. Okay.
That's right.
But that wasn't it. It was that these people had broken marriages. These people had children that were sick. They had all kinds of problems. So I showed up and I said, how can I help you? And they'd say, well, I wish I could buy a house one day. And I'd say, well, then you're buying a house one day. And I would take them through the whole process, including fixing their marriage, fixing their relationship with their children. And I was like, I need to become a therapist because a therapist gets paid by the hour, but I'm just getting paid to sell houses.
A house.
Yeah. But the lucky thing, Lorna, for me is that I did this one process that I want to share with everybody today on the stage, is that I sat down and I figured out, how many houses do I need to sell to make the money that I want to make, so that I can forget about that and focus on the people. So I got it down to a science, and I realized I only need to sell 4 houses a month, 1 a week, talk to 10 people a day, and to reach my goal, and sell houses that at least net me $25,000 each to make $100,000 a month. So I went from making $7,000 a year to making $1 million a year within 3 years selling real estate. And it was like 100, 300, $1 million. Easy. And
System.
by the 24. The system. Absolutely. Yeah. And then I was able to focus on serving people, but have that system where I didn't have to think about if you were a number. I didn't have to like be checking my time clock. Like, am I spending too much time with you? Because I knew that source is going to take care of me. Kind of like what Matt was talking about. It's like you said it and you forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Oh, on so many levels. So okay. I want to I'm going to ask a premature question. I want to hear in the chat what you guys got from all the things she just said, because there was a lot of gems in there. And we've been talking. So listen, guys, we've been talking about intention all morning into the afternoon. We've been talking about KPIs all morning into the afternoon. We've been talking about people all day. So guys, these are some keys to this whole thing, right? KPIs, intention, people. That's all the things we've been talking about. She just said and yeah, that's a whole plan, right? So I want to break it down even smaller, into smaller bite-sized pieces. Dante, I know you did it for real estate. Pretty simple, right? A lot of people here are coaches. A lot of people here are business owners. So would you go ahead, because you're a serial entrepreneur, can you go ahead and say to them, how do you, when you're choosing what business you want to get into, how do you make the decision of what that is? I understand real estate. You just want to help people, right? Because that's your heart, that's your passion. And that's what we all say when we start real estate. Right? We just want to help people, right? But it's putting that aside and layering it on another industry for us, so that the audience can see how to choose the business they go into. Because when you go into a business from a place of service, when you're setting the intention to make money for yourself through other people giving you money. There's a way to do it that makes it successful. And you obviously have figured out what that is. Can you share that with us?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, before that, I was a model actress, and my mom actually tricked me into getting into real estate, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll do that. And then I ended up making so much money, I stopped showing up for the acting jobs. I mean, they were trying to make me like the next Halle Berry, and I was like, this is like, I'm serving people, I get to be myself, I'm making money. Like, I found my apex, and I just never turned back. And so, I mean, I guess now I blend it all together, right? Because here we are on stage. But I think that, there's this like really great diagram, and it has like these 3 circles, and it says what you love, what you're good at, and what people will pay you for. And if you can find that intersection between those 3, right? That's where all the magic happens, and when I got into real estate, like just like coaching is very difficult. I was like 22 years old, and everybody else was like 55 in the industry. And so people were like, you have no chance. You know, the average real estate agent is 55 years old and Caucasian, and you're brown skin, and you're like the only brown skin person in your city. Like the cop told me, they never seen another brown person in my city besides me. And I was going, whoa, right? And so then everybody was kind of like telling me to go a certain way. But one of the greatest things I ever did was decide to listen to my heart and listen to myself. My mom was like this powerhouse realtor. She was selling 17 houses a month. I still can't do what she did, but I ended up out earning her in my production. Even though she outproduced me, my numbers were better because of the planning, because they say an ounce of planning is worth a pound of prevention. So I was actually working like 20 hours a week, making $1 million a year. And then all my other businesses were thriving, had other streams of income. So I think the most important thing is you figure out what it is you love and what you're good at, and what you already do with people, because you're already doing what you're great at for free. Right? So just figure that out. And I approach real estate differently. I didn't go like, hey, you want to sell your house? I would ask people like, what do you need? How can I help you? What's your dream? What's your goal? What's the thing you're not getting out of life? Let me help you get there. Because I realized that most people, they have these fears. They want to take care of their family. They're worried about retirement. And, how does all of this fit together? Like, everybody's selling pieces in this coaching world, but who's making sure that you reach that bottom line? Who's making sure that you get to the door, right? Oh, I can help you with this. I can help you with that. But you need to care about someone where you say, this is Jessica, this is Maria. She cares about her family. She's working 50 hours a week. How can I help her work less and make more? How can I take that stress off her back every day? Because when you do that, you don't need to market. You don't need to advertise. Maria's going to go tell 150 other people what you did for her just because she's so excited. So that was one of the really big things I learned, is like really serving people. Show up with your heart and stop thinking about what can I get out of this, but think, like I would actually pray for every single one of my clients. Like the Bible says, pray over your flocks, pray over your fields. So I would pray for my clients for their goals. I would pray and I would say, God, let me show up and meet other people's needs, knowing in turn that my needs will be met. So I can 100% focus on Meg, on Lorna, on Jenny, and what you want. And I know that energy, that E equals MC squared, that karma, that balance that's already in the world, the sense of justice is already there, is going to take care of me because I set that intention from the beginning. And so now I can focus on you. So if you're a new coach, one thing I want to say is like, don't try to compete with anybody. That's what I did. I did not try to compete with anybody. I did not jump in and do what everybody else did. I said, what's unique to me? What can I help people with if they're going to bed every night, tossing and turning? How can I change that? Because if I can change that for someone, there's nothing that they won't do to keep someone like that in their life, right? There's nothing they won't do to pay you back. So I had clients that would like cook me food and all, and I would deal with like the meanest old ladies and stuff that would be like, oh, I'm a big old mean bee. And I'd be like, oh yeah. And I would turn her into the sweetest little old lady, because finally, because I would look at her not as like, you're this mean old lady. It's like, you're somebody that other people are trying to take advantage of, right? So you got to look beyond what your clients are telling you into their heart. And when you do that and you see and say what they can't articulate, the money doesn't matter.
Money doesn't matter. Yeah, well, it does, but it just It just flows, you know,
It
it because
totally flows with them.
yeah, that's
They're
the
like, name your
ease.
price, right?
Yes. Love it, love it, love it. So, you know, as we're getting close to the end of our conversation, I have a couple more questions for you. And one of them is, what is that superpower for you? Like the one thing. I know you said a lot of things in this conversation, but what's the one thing that you use on a daily basis that pivots you every day into what you're creating? Because you're creating a lot, right? You're creating a lot of brands. And I want you to say something more about that as well, because multiple streams of income is actually a biblical it's a principle, right? And you have created multiple streams of income into your business, and it's all around the same concept of serving, right? What is your superpower that drives you every day to do all the things you do, including the 1,000 things that you said that you've created that you don't even have time to implement as yet? What's that thing that drives you? And I know it's passion, but I know it's something more. It's something deeper, and I want to know what that is for you.
Oh, that's a really good question. I would think that my superpower, I used to say it was love. And then I talked to Jeff Hoffman and I asked him what his was, and he said empathy. And I was like, maybe mine is empathy, right? I mean, love is definitely the core of it, because I realized at one point, I'm like, why are we really here in the world? Love. There's nothing else. You're created out of love. Two people love each other. They create babies. This is love. We're here for that. So I think, though, that being empathetic, and I also use all of my senses. So one thing that's really helped me is I've went into a vegan diet, and what's happened is it's amplified all of my senses. So I don't just have 5 senses, I have like 5 senses on each sense. So one of those superpowers is I listen really, really well. I mean, poor Eric, like he'll be in there having a conversation and I'm like, hey, don't talk to them like that. Say this, ask them about that. I listen to people because I know what his goal is and I can hear what the other person's goal is. And by listening, I'm able to bridge things together for people to help them make that connection faster. By listening, I'm able to hear past someone's words that other people can't hear, you know, you know, for instance, when I started working with Eric in the beginning, you know, people thought he was like just one way, and he's always just trying to sell me, but he was just excited. So I realized by looking at everything he's doing, I'm like, you actually have this really big heart. We just need to push that together with what you're doing. And then look, now everybody wants to be a part of the Easy Way family, right? So it's like listening to people and forget about what your thing is. Just listen to them. We're so worried about what am I going to say and what are they going to ask me? Do you know if you just show up and ask people questions, they will forget about you. Just ask them questions. Keep them busy. I don't keep people busy asking them questions and just listening to the answers. And I love it, you know, and I enjoy that energy because they're not focused on me. They're focused on that. And then they feel loved. And when people feel loved, everything changes.
Yeah. In so many ways. Oh my goodness. That was so good. So good. Listen, because here's the thing. Most people, okay, like even interviewing you right now, that's exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm listening to what you're saying, right? And what's important to you so that I can ask you the question to bring it out, right? So, but most people listen to talk. Yes. They don't listen to listen, right? Yes. And hearing is different from listening. That's a mic drop. When you listen on that level, you're not just hearing their words, you're hearing their heart. You're hearing the things they're not saying, you're hearing their struggles, you're hearing their pain, and then you can really connect with them. I just want to say this is that I used to go in meetings and like dominate the meetings. And one day I just sat back and listened to everybody in the meeting. And I didn't say anything. I let everybody just blah, 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 blah. And then I listened and then I brought it all together and people were like, wow. And I realized that was more powerful than being like, oh, I'm the first one to say all this stuff. You know, it was like, I was the one who could synchronize everything, and synchronicity, that's true genius. So don't be afraid that you need to say anything. Listen. Even if you listen 100 times, you come with that one thing is 10 times more powerful than you listening to respond. Oh, so good. Mic drop. Okay. That was so good.
Thank you.
All right. So, what else do I want to hear from you today? What is your free gift for everybody today? Jenny, did you guys give Jenny something, or do you want to share something?
Didn't. You know, my free gift went down. It just went down. The page went down, and I was like, I'm sorry. So my free gift to everyone here, though, is I will book a strategy session with you, and I will listen to you and what your dreams are and what your struggles are, and help you to start to create a path towards that. Because I'm a solutionist at the end of the day, and I love solving problems. So if you would do me a favor and text wealthy to 55678 wealthy, then we can get in contact with each other, and I'll be able to book a strategy session with you.
Awesome. So, Jenny, can you put that in the chat, please? Wealthy at 5578. That's a text. Wealthy at
55678.
55678. 55678. You're going to text the word wealthy to stay connected to Dante and listen. I'm using the word listen. Listening is one of the hardest things to do. It's actually training. If you hear somebody say they listen well, it's because we've trained ourselves to listen like that. So most people don't listen to what others are saying. So Dante, oh my gosh, I'm in Ghana. How do I do that? Please. Well, Jennifer, you're in Ghana. Hi, international. Yes, baby. Okay, so we're gonna figure out another. So why don't you? So Jennifer, here's what I want you to do, because Jenny is gonna save the chat. If you can, Jennifer, put your email address in the chat, and you're in Ghana.
Do you have a Facebook? Maybe list your Facebook
or a Facebook connection. Yes.
Messenger.
Yeah. It gets to be easy. It's not difficult. There's always a solution, right? So you guys have a way of connecting with Dante. Dante, thank you so much for showing up. Thank you so much for your wisdom. I acknowledge you for who you are in the world. I acknowledge you for your big heart as well. Most people don't think that big about others, and I acknowledge you that you have an intention to change the world just by showing up and listening to people. So thank you, and thank you. All right, my friend. Oh, such a pleasure having you, my dear. And I hope we get to do more work together. All right. So, you know, I'm going to ask you, what are your takeaways from Dante's interview? What are your takeaways from Dante's interview? What are you intending to implement from Dante's interview? And I hope that you will take advantage of connecting with her, letting her hear you so that she can hear your soul, right? That's a huge opportunity. You know, a lot of times there's a saying that says opportunity comes looking like problems or something like that, right? If you make it a problem you can't connect with her, well, you're not really in it to win it, right? Because she's giving you such a great gift, access to her. She's a super, super busy woman, and she's offering you a gift of a lifetime. So take advantage of that, okay? So Jenny, who do we have up next to hop onto our stage and give us their wisdom? Oh, Eric is here in the house. Let's go. Hi, Mr. Zuli.
Hi, Lorna. How you doing? I just came on to support. I'm good. How are you? I just came on to support. I was told my time was a little bit later, but it doesn't matter to me either way. And I was supporting online on Facebook, pushing it to all of our Easy Way family and all of the Thrive followers. We help manage the Thrive group, and I'm loving the Freedom Wealth Summit. Just been spreading the word.
Oh, thank you. Did I get my numbers crossed over here? Dante was supposed to be up, then you were supposed to be up. So I think I'm good. All right. So let's get this party continuing to roll with Mr. Eric Zuley, Chairman and CEO of the Easy Way Network, which reaches millions of people all over the world, not just the US. He has been seen on ABC TV, NBC, Fox, all the channels. Another serial entrepreneur. I hope you guys notice the trend. Everybody who has come on here so far has been a serial entrepreneur, because multiple streams of income is the thing that you get to do in your life. Mr. Zuley has been recognized as an award-winning top 10 social media influencer and multimedia marketing mogul. And his talk show, Easy Talk Live, has been aired on KDOC, KXLA TV, and he also has a network called the EasyWayNetwork.com on Roku, Amazon Fire, and much more. Again, another serial entrepreneur who is also a rapper. So welcome, Mr. Zuley. Thank you for being here to share your genius with our audience right now when you put your cell phone down.
I'm promoting. I'm telling all my people that I'm on.
I
now.
know. I know. I'm glad, and we get to serve the people who are here already, right? So, Mr. Zuley, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to be here with us to share your genius. And I really want to talk today about community, because my experience of you is a genius at building wealth through community. But before we go there, I want you to tell people something about yourself that I didn't say in your introduction.
Well, one thing that you didn't say in my introduction, Lorna, is that I am a engagement and interactive monster. Okay, and before I start talking, I actually want to engage and say hello to the cash flow king, the concierge, Mr. Eric, which has the best name in the world, and he spells it with a C. So I had to say what's up to him first. And Jackie Woodside, my beautiful girlfriend, Dr. Dante Sears, Meds Jaspin, and Amy Graves. I see her from Getty Images here, and just so many awesome people. Tony Kaufman, our editor-in-chief, and so many other people I don't know. Hi guys, nice to meet you guys, and everybody watching in Facebook land and YouTube land, and Casey Hamilton. I see the crypto queens in the house, and our assistant collectively, Jenny Daniels. Thank you so much for having me, Lorna. So I mean, I think the biggest thing people don't know is I think one of the biggest reasons that my success has happened is the digital handshake effect, is really caring and acknowledging and appreciating the power of appreciation, power of affiliation, and power of association. People that are there for you, that are willing to press the share button, that are willing to listen to you. And Ranjana is here too. What's up, Ranjana? So if you guys are feeling me in any way, I want to actually engage with you as we're talking today. So just put whatever in the chat. And yeah, I do have a big network, and I'm happy to give away some cool giveaways and prizes, and we can have some fun. We'll make this an interview game at the same time.
Yeah. We've been having some good fun so far. So I want to ask you, when I first met you, one of the reasons why I aligned with the Easy Way Network was because of the fact that you are what you just said, the influencer, right? You're a unique influencer. You do it in a unique sort of way. And one of the things I know about you is that you were in the multi-level marketing space before, and that you built a team of over 97,000. Did I get that number right?
97,000 people under me a long time ago. I don't even remember the exact number, but yeah, Excel. I was doing a big thing there a long time ago.
Yeah, I get that. But here's the thing though, even though you did it a long time ago, I would say you're still doing it. It may not look the same, but you're still doing it. And it's probably one of your unconscious competence, right? So Eric, so what I wanted to do is kind of take you back there, because I think that that's one of the most powerful things that you may have done in your life so far, is having a team of 97,000 people under you in an organization. That to me is like having 97,000 Walmarts. Does that make sense?
It's a lot to manage for sure.
Yeah, I know. And there's something about you that enabled you to do that. So I would love to ask you the question, what was it that how did you do it?
Well, and I also want to say too, my beautiful girlfriend, Dr. Dante Sears, did an amazing job on stage. So put Dante in the chat if you think tough act to follow. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that the biggest thing is just looking at and overviewing your future. And you know, my dad always raised me with the way in which you think will determine your outcome. And when I first got into the situation, the opportunity, and it was first referred to me, I knew that, you know, like Dante was talking about, you guys were talking about superpowers. My superpower was always listening and talking, you know, using the mouth. And I had a lot of experience in sales and stuff like that. And I knew that I was always good at what I did. And so I knew that how hard could this be to build people, and you just have to be a likable person. You have to be real. I think that's the biggest thing. You just have to be you. How you can't do you better than you. And you just have to learn your product knowledge of the product you're doing you with. And so I really, really studied their product and the needs of their customer, their target market, and what they were trying to sell was the main thing I studied. And so research and development and making sure that you know your product is key. And then rapport is the other thing. Is so when I would get to know somebody, or I'd be at the beach, or I'd be at a rec center or whatever, and I was younger. I was young when I was doing this. I was just telling people how I enjoyed just like being able to have my own time for myself. That's the biggest thing is I was able to be free. The Freedom Wealth Summit, right? I was able to have free, and I was able to create wealth. And I think that was really interesting to people. And you know, what better way than to be able to control your own life and your own time. And that's the biggest thing I would tell them is, why work with somebody else and make someone else rich when you can control your own life, make yourself wealthy, and just by telling people about something. But really, they had to believe in the product, and I had to believe in the product first. So that's, I would say, product knowledge, rapport, research, and development. Those, if I was to like break it down to science, then I'd try to do it that way.
Yeah, I love that. And can I add one? It's
Sure.
actually at the beginning, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself first, that you can build whatever you want to build, right? Then do the product, the research, believe in the product, and all the things that you just said.
And
I love that.
Believe in everybody else too. The more that you make everybody else around you win, the more you win as a coach. You win, you know. And so we really focus I mean, there's two parts, right? There's the initial onboarding, it's getting them on board. And then there's the actual follow-up of when they're on board. So like I was saying, it's one thing about building a community. It's another thing to keep a community. And I mean, I could literally be talking for hours upon hours on how to keep a community.
Well, I was just going to ask you. Hold on 1 second, because I was going to ask you that same question, right? Because
I'm a mind reader, Lauren, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm the interviewer. It's the lead and the interviewee. So how did you, that's a huge team to manage, right? How did you communicate your intention, communicate the vision to your team so that you had people so in alignment with what you were creating in the organization that they actually stayed? Because the thing that makes this so powerful is, for you to make that kind of money, they had to perform, right? They had to do what their part was in the organization. So how did you keep them engaged and really the buy-in is a shorter word for what I'm asking you. How do you get the buy-in from them?
Well, the buy-in is always recognizing the buy-in signals and teaching. It's all teaching and training. By the way, I just noticed, did you take my advice? And we were in the same classes?
Yes.
Did you got them? All right.
I did.
They're awesome, right?
I didn't get affiliation with them, but it sure supported me with my dry eye syndrome.
And
so
it looks
thank
good.
You.
It's a cool style. I love the color of your hair and the actual glasses. The color.
Thank you.
So, I mean, basically, you know, when you have a team, a community, it's like I said, it's like a game. And the more that you make it fun, the more your community wants to be a part of it. The more you make your community win, and you can automate that, the more, I mean, the goal is to really take everybody that you have in your organization, in your network, in your business, and turn them into an affiliate that wins. Like, you know, a lot of some of my mentors, you know, basically taught me that if you're a billionaire, your team needs to be millionaires. You know, it's really all about your team ultimately, and the more that they win. And what happens is when you have somebody that wins, and then you have 10 other people that see that person win, that's the key. And you need to really highlight that person that's winning, that's doing well, and showcase them as much as possible. Make them a trophy, make them, you know, as much of a superstar as you can, because then everybody else wants to be like that person. And you need to just show proof of concept, you know, showing proof that the thing works. But what I did that was a little different than I think a lot of people is I made things a game. Like, for instance, the Easy Way Wall of Fame. You'll notice that every single time that you log in, you get one Easy Way point, Easy Way cash, right? Every time you share, you get Easy Way cash. Every time you do something that's benefiting the community and supporting your fellow member, you get rewarded, and to help your business. So a lot of rewards and incentives is what I did. But the other thing is media. You know, I mean, when I first started younger, is the power, like right now, this is very powerful, Lorna. What we have right now is a microphone. We have the powerful tool that is able to open up exponential doors. And sometimes it's, you know, it's resourcing and leveraging tools that people don't really understand, and just making them think in a different mindset when you look at something that they have in front of them anyways. And so I mastered the microphone as much as I could. And then I kept growing, and I just kept mastering to different levels of the microphone. And I realized that you can get anything that you want. I can literally go on LinkedIn or any social media. I mean, I met some of the biggest people I know through LinkedIn because of a microphone, and saying, hey, I want to interview you. I want to give you exposure to my audience. I want to share everything that I got with you, just to be able to learn from you for 5 minutes. If I could just get you on my stuff for 5 minutes. And that microphone is like a skeleton key to every single doorway that you need. Same thing with the stage, and so on and so forth. And so I would teach. Every time I would learn something, I was anxious to get to my team and go, yo, I just learned this. I just got this, And then certain people, you find your super soldiers, and you stick with them. And then you make those super soldiers be able to teach super soldiers. And it's a domino effect, on and on and on and on.
That is so super powerful. And what I'm hearing you say, you got to really step outside of yourself when you're in that zone, right? Because if you're only thinking about yourself and you're not thinking about how other people can win, then the game is harder. Is what I'm hearing, right? It's super hard because then, you know, people don't want to do things because they don't feel valued, and all that kind of stuff. So that is amazingly super powerful. So let's turn the questions in a little different direction here, and talk about the history of you, how you grew up. I know your dad was in real estate. How did your youth groom you to be this powerhouse of a connector that you've become?
Well, there's a lot of different directions I can go with that. One of the biggest things is my dad always taught me that if you're going to do something, be the best at it. No matter what, be the best at whatever it might be. I get this hair in my, this hair out of place. It's just bugging me every time I look at the screen. Okay. And basically, so, you know, I played sports, and I was always shortstop and pitcher. You know, like I would do business related stuff, and I was always top sales. Like he drilled that into my brain, that no matter what it is that you do, be the best at, and do whatever it takes to be the best at it. And basically, I think that was a big reason. The other thing is, you know, I was always a people person, you know, growing up. I always wanted to be around people. I always was curious about people and what they do and why they do it. And I was always having like kickbacks, or just hanging out with people, and especially when people want to do good things, and you just get a good energy about them. You read their energy. And basically, I realized that when you help people, do what they want to do. They want to help you. And so I was doing that at a really young age. Like I remember I was doing you know, and this is like really, really young. I was probably like 12 years old, 11. And I had Easy's magic show. That's really where Easy came. Everybody thinks Easy came from a big TV show thing. And really, no, when I was a little kid, my dad called me Easy, and I had Easy's magic show. And even during my show set as a little kid, I would ask people questions before I would do like a card trick or something like that. Like I always wonder about the audience and stuff like that. And so I think it's really about, it starts from coming from a place of wanting to help people, and then actually caring about what it is that they're doing, not just caring about what they can give you or their money or whatever, but really caring about how you can help them and make them a part of your community, and really giving them the goods, giving them the gold versus just trying to get them to keep, you know, giving you money like a lot of coaches and different businesses do. So I was doing that at a young age. You know, when I was doing songs, if anybody could ever find any of my songs, I'm still looking on the internet, but when I would do songs, it would be like little hidden messages. You know, when I first started writing and stuff like that, it'd be little hidden messages of things I've learned of how, you know, you can detect things and you can realize things. And so I just wanted to come from a place of helping people, just because you feel powerful when you actually can create results for people. You know, even at a young age. And I mean, I did a lot of other stuff at a young age too, but then I think the biggest thing was the microphone, going back to that microphone, when I learned the power of when you, and even this is at a young age too, because I'm thinking like, when was the first time I really was around a microphone? It was when I performed at a camp, Michael Jackson. I performed Billie Jean. I had the white glove, and I was like, Billie Jean, not my love. Yeah, I can't sing, but I had a lip sync thing going on or whatever. But you know, I was an entertainer from like day one as a younger kid, and I learned and studied how to dance and stuff like that. And I mean, right now I saw my man, the cash flow concierge, Eric, he was laughing at what I just did. I see a couple of people laughing. Like, see, that energizes me. You know what I mean, Lorna?
Yeah.
Like when I see people reacting, and this was at a young age that I saw that, and I got bit by the bug. Like, I like to make people happy. You know,
Yeah.
I just liked, and now where I am, I have a community of a lot of people that are happy. And I'm blessed to have them spread the word about our community and about our family.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. So what I'm hearing you say again, it's been a theme all throughout the conversations today, about how to build wealth through people, right? If the people aren't there, then it's going to be kind of hard for you to build wealth, right? No matter what. It's all about building a community that you support and that supports you. So it's like a give, right? Not a give-get. That's what I'm hearing so far. So
well, there's so much more though, Lauren. I don't know how much time I have, but there's the technical side of it too.
Oh,
I mean, there's the
absolutely.
business side of it. There's the, you know, having the right VAs and training your team right, and there's a bunch of other stuff. But it really comes from a place of wanting to help and build a community, and really like Dante was saying, trusting in God and doing it for the right reasons. Because the bottom line is, God gets behind you, you will win.
Yeah, bottom line.
And I think God's behind everybody, no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what. Yeah. Well, God's behind everybody. It's a matter of them allowing him to do the thing that he wants to do for them is the key, right? And I know that you're saying it's the community, and everything, I believe, starts with vision. So you have a vision for Easy Way. Can you share a little bit more about that with the audience? Because not everybody on this summit and who will hear the replay when they buy. By the way, if anybody wants to share this with their community, or if they want replays of some of the speakers, we do have a VIP section that you can go to get replays off this summit or any specific speaker that you like. So you can, if you could drop the VIP link in the chat, that would be great. So Eric, if you could share with the audience the one thing, just the one thing that will cause them to create the kind of community you have created, that would be able to generate the wealth that you have generated thus far in your life, what would that one thing be?
Really, Lorna?
Yeah,
You're
one
you're
thing.
asking me to simplify something and go with
Yes.
everything that I do, you're the one. I,
The one
okay.
thing, I know it's a tough question because you do so much, but just to,
Well,
here's the
okay,
thing,
let
Eric.
me answer your first question. What is easy way? Because people aren't gonna really understand that
Yeah.
answer unless I explain what easy way is. So easy way is
Okay.
is a digital solutions to your answer, to your success.
Mhm.
It's a one-stop shop to an amazing community. It's branding development, social media promotions. I mean, anybody that's worked with us will tell you we are a concierge team that will come in and hold your hand with your event or your whatever project that you're doing. And we have a social network and a directory that just gets you on stages and podcasts and helps you book. It just does so many amazing things. I don't even know what Easy Way is anymore. Besides a growing community, Easy Way is God's way. Okay.
Mhm.
Now to answer the question about the one thing, by the way, you can text Easy Way to 55678, letter E, letter Z, WAY to 55678 if you want to learn more. But
Hold
to
on, wait one
answer,
second. You can text that, and or you can let me just share this with them just so they realize the value. Easy Way, in your VIP purchase, you also get a basic membership to the Easy Way. Just so you
oh
know that.
yeah, if they purchase a VIP
Yeah.
situation with you, we're going to do a little bit more than just becoming a member. We own
Mhm.
a magazine with 20,000 some subscribers. We're actually doing a huge magazine release with the former CEO of Priceline, Jeff Hoffman. We have the former one of the founders of LA Fitness, Judge Joe Brown. Amazing people joining us on this event, June 3rd, 4 p.m.
Yes.
Pacific Standard Time. Everybody's welcome, and I'll give you guys a little bit of love. I'll tell you what I'll do, and that I don't know
Hold
how
on,
many I can do this.
don't give them any offers yet. Let's go to the
Okay.
one thing first, and then we do that
Okay.
at the
Well,
end.
I was gonna say if they buy the VIP, I was gonna give them a special offer, but okay.
Yeah, we'll give
So
them.
so basically, Easy Way is a solutions situation. We've been with a lot of powerful, amazing people. We've helped multiple charities. We've helped raise over $14 million in charities. I've done 1,500 something events. I've had a lot of experience in my life, and I was an Axe body spray commercial actor, and I'm a Universal Peace Ambassador for 187 countries. I've won over 40 awards. I've done a lot of things in my life when it comes to marketing, and I'm on a lot of boards and stuff, so I can help a lot of people. The one thing that I think that really helped to make Easy Way successful is the community, is the program, the actual system that we designed that was automated. Big shout outs to Jenny, by the way, Jenny Daniels. She's amazing at what she does, and she runs our back end. The system that we designed, it's having that automation, and it's that follow-up, the follow-through, the fulfillment is what creates the monetization, is what really creates the conversion, the turning contacts into cash and convert it. It's all the system. I mean, it took me a really long time to learn that. And my biggest recommendation is to get the right VAs that know the right systems. And we have a system that we offer if anybody's interested, but it's that back end system that really manages, because we have close to 300 something clients now. Without the system, we would be gone. Without the right system, it depends on where your business is at. But even in the beginning of your business, it's all about database, because data is dollars, period. And I worked for free for a lot of different times. I've done a lot of events, and I had to keep, stumbling and falling and learning. But really, when I got around the higher level people, every one of them, they just really locked down their system perfectly. They locked down their format. And I still am working on my packaging, but it's when you really get that automation straight, and that follow-up, and that captures situation, the promotions and marketing, and the system. And I'm not talking about just software system. I'm talking about the A through Z system.
The logistics. Yeah.
That's when you're really going to see the convert. I mean, it's sales, and there's a lot of other stuff too. I mean, you got to know how to sell if you want to make money, but it's really that system, because I think people trust and believe in your business if they see that your system's in place, because they don't want to be confused while they're in your business. They want to be successful, and they want to be able to win. They care about themselves. Everybody in here, everybody watching, they care about how can you make me successful with my business. I mean, that's great that you've done all this great stuff. I want to be you. How do I become you? And the reality of it is, I mean, there's so much that goes into it, but if I was to really zero into something, it's that A through Z system and really getting that A, B, C, D, E, F, system.
All the way to
and,
Z.
and
Yeah.
knowing your pathway and laying that out, and then getting the software and getting everything, getting your branding in place or whatever. But you got to really overview what it is that you do. And then it's the same thing, like I said earlier, it's really your market. You got to, I mean, you can do a bunch of stuff, but you got to really zero in on who needs what you're offering and learn that, lock it in and know it.
Yeah, I love that. System is because it's a big piece that's missing out of a lot of people's process in their business. They get the client, and I had that problem. I'm not perfect. I had that problem in my real estate business. The follow up in the back end after the sale was always a problem for me until I figured it out that I needed a system to be in place so that it supports the connection. Remember earlier, if you've been here for the whole time, thank you for being here. The connection is the currency. The connection is the money. If you're not connected to the clients that you're generating on the front end, if you disconnect from them, on the back end, then it's going to be a struggle the whole way. So I totally agree with you, Eric, about the system that gets to be in place that supports. So thank you for sharing that one thing, because that's a big thing.
It was hard for me, Lauren.
That's a big thing.
There's so many things that I've learned, but yeah, I think that system would be the one.
The system is a key. All right. So as we wrap up our interview, that went so fast. I would love you to share with them. I know did you put the Easy Way Network in the chat just now? Is that what I just saw?
And then the invite code to Lorna. Anybody that's coming from the Freedom Wealth Summit, just make sure you put Lorna. Or if it doesn't work, because we're developing our system, we'll make sure we put you under Lorna. You can just use Easy Way if Lorna doesn't work.
Easy Way is how you stay connected too. And by the way, I'm going to do some promo for you, Eric, and share with the people who are not yet a part of the Easy Way family. We do have a pitch party on every other Thursday, I believe, at around 4 p.m. Pacific, that you could come on and experience the community and see if that's something that you'd be interested in being a part of, because we do have a lot of fun like you're having here on this summit, but we have a little bit more presentation for coaches, for your business, if you're an actor, actress, I don't care what you do in the world, whatever your skill is, you are able to share it with the community. So Eric, is there one last thing that you want to leave, one last big nugget that would shift our attendees here today? What's the one thing that you could share with them that is a huge takeaway for them to leave with, to remember that you said it here on the Freedom Wealth Summit, and it's going to change their life? What's that one thing?
Lorna is awesome. I mean, the power of appreciation, guys. Everybody appreciate Lorna for the work and effort that she's put in to a stage like this. And like I said, I've done 1,500 something events. I know what goes in, even a digital stage. I know what goes into doing events like this, and appreciate the fact that you're getting your message out to ton of people, and you get your chance to be on a stage. And I just appreciate you, Lorna, and being a client of ours, being a platinum member, and we'll support the Freedom Wealth Summit as much and as long as we can. And I'm gonna give a little shout outs to my man Eric. He's got the
Wealth Acceleration
Summit coming up as well. I'll be speaking on that stage as well. So the word of wisdom for everybody watching and everybody here today is trust and believe and have faith in your faith.
That's a good one. That's a deep one. Trust and believe and have faith in your faith. Now, the key to knowing what he just said is to know what each of those words mean. Okay? Thank you, Eric, for being here. I appreciate you, and thank you for who you be. And thank you for your team that supports me on the marketing end of
And
my
are we going to put
business.
this on Easy Way TV? I'm not sure because I want to make sure people know that if
Knock
we do
yourself.
reach a lot of people.
Do you, boo? Do you?
Well, we'll put, I mean, if you want, we'll talk. I mean, if you want us to
Yeah,
put some of your
absolutely.
speakers on, I mean, let's figure out how we can benefit your stage for sure. I got you.
Yes, absolutely. And don't forget, guys, Easy Way. If you buy the VIP, you get a couple of bonuses with your recordings and access to the Easy Way network. All right. So thank you, Eric. You have been such a blessing today, giving us simple strategies. The number one takeaway from Eric, if you can put it in the chat, put it in the chat, the number one takeaway from Eric's interview. And thank you so much, my friend. And I'll catch you. I'll be on the stage with you on Saturday. So I'll see you then.
Looking forward to sharing the stage. Thank you, everybody. Love you guys. Hashtag Easy Way family. And I'll see you guys on the next Freedom Wealth stage. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Here we go. So I don't see any takeaways here. What's going on with my chat? I don't see you engaging people. Do we need some more music up in the house over here? Any more music up in the house over here? Yeah, you need music? Okay, great. Let's give you some. If I could get it going. All right, let's see. That's all I got. That's all I got. All right. So the one takeaway from Eric is systems, right? If you don't have systems in your business, and I'm telling you guys, this is such a key. I don't care how many clients you acquire on the front end, even if you are a one person shop, you still get to have a system, right? Because you got to follow up with that client. And as you get more clients, it's going to become more difficult. And system also includes team. Right. So this is why I have the Easy Way on my team, because I get to have the support to support my clients. All right. So Jenny, who is up next? Let's bring on our next speaker on here. I believe that is, hang on one second. Let me look at my thing here. I believe that's the cash flow concierge, Mr. Eric Wesley. Woo-hoo. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, Eric.
Yo, what's up, Lorna? It's good to see you, young lady.
Oh, good to see you too, my friend. I like your mic. Or is that that's your baritone voice?
Well, no, you know, I told you I was up all night, so I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. That's all it is.
I appreciate you being here, being up all night, because I know you're doing a lot of work on the back end on for the Wealth Acceleration Summit on Saturday.
Yes,
so I
ma'am.
appreciate you jumping on here, and shout out to you, because we get to create this wealth economy for all the audience and whoever else in the world that we're here to serve, right? This is the Freedom Wealth Summit is the start of that whole roadmap that you've created to to bring it all the way to the end. So I'm gonna do a plug for you right now, because you're starting here at the Freedom Wealth Summit, and we're going to end it in October,
yes,
right? In October, and we're going to have
Cabo, San
Luca, and we're going to have a huge event in October to culminate all the things that we're starting to seed in you right now. So I just want to put that in before I introduce my new friend, Eric Wesley, the cash flow concierge, who empowers individuals and businesses to achieve financial freedom and success. Eric has over 25 years of combined experience, and alongside with his wife, Ruth, and the Empress, the unbelievable Empress. They are creating a revolutionary wealth self-management service for their clients. And what they do is they offer retreats, academies, and tools and resources and applied knowledge to create a life of abundance. So if you are looking to create a life of abundance, the Cash Flow Concierge is where you get to connect with. So Eric, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the speakers as they've been on the stage as well. And I want you to tell, I'm going to say the same thing to you that I did to Eric. I want you to, because I didn't say one thing, and I want you to tell the audience a little bit more about who you are in the world, because you are another serial entrepreneur, but you also still do something that entrepreneurs don't usually do, which is?
I don't know, work. I don't know.
Yes.
So
You
you're
still
saying
have a
work?
job.
Well, so yeah. So mine's simple, right? Gosh, people think. So look, I'm a second generation Army officer. I've been married for 28 years, found my wife in high school, got blessed with my wife when I was in high school. We have 4 weird kids, love them all. They all got issues, but it is what it is. And we also have a dog. So he's a kind of unique dog. He's a Bouvier, if you ever heard of a Bouvier.
Ooh, no, never heard of that one.
It's a sheepdog. Like back in the coyote days, it was a sheepdog who would protect the flock, right? He's very, very protective, highly protective. I don't know if I've ever seen a dog this cotton picking protective. So anyway, right? Yeah, so I am a second generation Army officer as well as a second generation entrepreneur, right? I don't really have a hardship type of backstory, right? My father has the hard story, not me. My father started, he picked cotton, right? He picked cotton and then he went to school. And then he'd come home from school and pick some more cotton. First guy in his family to go to college, and then first guy to go into the military, and then the first guy to own his own business, right? So when I saw him start a business in our basement and grew it to a $30 million corporation. So that's my hard part, I think. And then my next hard part is, how the heck do I fill those shoes, right? That's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
right? But I think I found my comfort, right, in not trying to fill those shoes, but being authentic in who I am and what I do, right? And I admit, when I first started as a youngin', I did not want to do anything my father did. He was always gone. He was always doing awesome things, but I was always home alone with my mom and my dog. And I was like, where's my pops, right? As a youngin'. But as I got older, I realized my pops was my idol, the highest title, numero uno. I always tell everybody, right? That was my guy. Everything I said I wasn't going to do, which he did, I did every single one. I went into the military. I went to the same university he did. I graduated engineering just like he did. I went into the Army just like he did. I opened companies because of him, right? And they're not companies. And not all of them worked. Right. Not all of them worked. Stop playing. So he has always been my inspiration because I want to make him proud, right? But now I got people, I got kids behind me. I want to make them proud, right? So I have to show them the pathway to success, which is why I got into this space, right? I was already doing IT government work where I am a W-2 worker for my companies, but I also own the companies. I think it's the way you're supposed to do it because it's the way I can decrease the amount of taxes I pay to the government. Stop it. Get that done. Come on now. Income shifting. You can make money.
Hold on. You're talking too fast.
Oh. I'm sorry. This space is so hype. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
But you're talking too fast. Did y'all catch that? So say it again.
I don't know what I said. Income shifting. I'm a W-2. What did I say?
How you avoid the taxes.
So income shifting is to me, it's a very simple process. The IRS has a website that tells you what to do. If you want to read, you go do that. But there is this little thing called a W-4, right? And if you fill that out correctly, you can pay less taxes. And let me tell you why I learned that. It wasn't from my pops. It was from Donald Trump. And he had the nerve to get on stage, on a world stage, and tell everybody he's smarter than them on how to do their taxes. I was like, what? How dare you? You don't know me. I'm going to go figure this out. Now, this was only about 2 or 3 years ago. I figured it out. I didn't figure it out myself. I have a team, systems that had systems that I implemented from what they had done. And I'm a part of organizations that have been around for years that empower people to make a ridiculous amount of money. And that W4 strategy came into play for me last year, which normally I get 1, 2, 3, 4. Normally I get 5 figures back for taxes every year. Because of the W4 strategy, within 1 year time frame, that 5 figures turned into 6 figures just for my taxes. Imagine that. It's ridiculous. I tell everybody, stop playing, be serious about what you're going to do and change your life.
Yes. Know the rules. Get into the right rooms and learn the rules. There's a reason. Okay. So the question then becomes, right? Like the question I would ask myself is, okay, how are they doing that? Right?
It's not hard.
And go find out how they're doing that. Or come to conferences like this to find out how they're doing that.
Everybody tells you success leaves clues.
Clues.
It's very simple. Pick up them clues. They're sitting right there for you. They don't. My father would always tell me, well, let's go read a book. All right. And now we don't have only books. We got Google. Stop it. It's there. Use it every day. And the information is just sitting there waiting for you to absorb it. And it is an incredible. And the funny thing is, it's people from all walks of life that don't understand it, right? It's even multimillionaires that don't understand that process. So it don't feel left out. Don't have FOMO, right? It just is what it is. You are at a certain space, learn a little more, and you can start stair-stepping your way to the next level, right? Create a wealth in-depth strategy. Find a way to make a lot of money, but you also have to find a way to keep a lot of money, right? That's highly important. You can make a lot of money and lose a lot of money. You've seen it. You've seen football players. You've seen basketball players. They lose a lot of their wealth because they are not set up correctly. That's highly important. So we're going with income shifting, right? And these are honestly the pillars of the Wealth Acceleration Summit that we created, right? Income shifting, right? Crypto passive investing, life insurance investing. I believe I heard Lisa talk about that.
Lisa was talking about that.
Real estate investing. Come on, stop playing. Those are the pillars of a wealth in-depth strategy. You have to have all of those. And then what I did not say, number one, in order to do any of it, is mindset. You have to have a wealthy mindset. You have to vibe, as Jackie said, with money. You are worthy. One of my mentors says, abundance is your birthright.
Birthright. Ooh.
Right? It's your birthright. Believe in that. Show it every day. Be courageous. Stop playing and be aggressive about what you really want to do.
Yeah. And the mindset piece is so powerful, right?
It's huge.
And
it's huge.
like I said, like I always say, and this is what I'm going to be talking about on your summit, is the vision, right? The vision of what you want, because it gets to be something than you have right now. That vision gets to be something other than you have right now. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on in the chat, and Jackie is the leader.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
So here's the thing. So Jackie is talking about, show them, don't just talk conceptually. Well, talking conceptually, I'm talking about, cash flow just talked about Google. A lot of stuff that I figured out, a lot of my mentors have taught me, but then once they said it, then I had to go look it up. Don't just listen to what we're saying, go look it up and learn it for yourself, so that it's not just somebody else's conversation. Because that's the thing, right? We've been so programmed to think a certain way. This is the mindset piece. We've been so
Yes.
programmed to think a certain way that we wait for other people to give us the information instead of going out there and finding it ourselves and seeing what the truth really is. You know, so I invite you guys to go look it out. Look at it, see how it will work for you where you are in your life. So I love that you brought that up, Eric. So Eric, you know, we're talking about the event on Saturday, and I know it's going to go
Yes,
deeper.
ma'am.
So I'm inviting
ma'am.
all of you to the event on Saturday, because it's going to get deeper than just what we have here today. Eric, I want you to
Yes.
talk, because we were in a conversation before we got into the summit energy, and we were talking about easy, simple ways to start. Because one of the things that happens is that people think that, oh, I don't have any money, I can't do anything, I have to wait until, or you know, all those limiting beliefs that stop people from getting in the game, right? And so how can you share, what can you share that's an easy thing to do to start the wealth creation in someone's life?
Man, so I mean, good Lord. I mean, I guess the easy, so for me, let me just say for me, I'm 54 years old. All right. I like, let me stop playing. I like what I do on the IT side, as I own those companies that do that work, right? But I did not believe 2 years ago that it was what I wanted to do the rest of my life, right? I've been doing it for like 30 years now, but I wanted to change up. And what changed me up, honestly, was COVID, right? So COVID is still here, right? COVID is what changed me up. I wanted to figure out a different way to make money. And to be honest, I just wanted to live money. I wanted to live life on beaches, to be honest with you, right?
Me too.
And so what I did was I started finding out other ways to do remote type work, right? And this was during COVID. And so I started doing options and stock trading, went through some programs, had some friends of mine teach me how to do it. I got pretty good at it. In fact, I got so good at it, I wanted to give my account to like Charles Schwab so I could go do something else, right? But when I had the conversation with them, they were like, you're going to shoot us if we take this over because you're highly aggressive, which I am. I'm a little bit over aggressive. I can't help it because I'm kind of fearless at what I do. So I said, okay, I like, this is fine. It's making me a lot of money, but I don't like it. It's not driving me. And so I don't want to sit in front of a computer all day, even though I might be on a beach, right? So I said, let me keep searching. So I'm looking for a mentor. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Friend of mine, multimillionaire, success leaves clues, said, yo, why don't you look into crypto? I was like, what? I can't spell crypto. What is that? And what am I supposed to do with it? And so he's like, shut up, put $500 in there and watch what happens. That was July 2021, right? I did that. At the end of the year, I realized that $500 had made more than this account that I had $20,000 in, which I'd had that all year. I had the $500 for half the year. It made more money than that. Success leaves clues. So I immediately delved into what we call the DeFi space. And I tell everybody, crypto is a universe. It's a huge universe. No one knows every corner of it. But my team, inclusive of Casey Hamilton on this call.
Hey, Casey, shout out.
Has found, I'm going to say, a safe street on how to invest in crypto and increase your money. And what you're going to become very familiar with when you get into crypto is something what I consider the eighth wonder of the world. And what is that? Compound interest. You have to become intimate with compound interest. The amount of money that $500 did for me back in 2021 to today, that 500 is now over $200,000. Stop it. Let me say it again. You didn't hear that. $500 compound interest done correctly. Today, less than 2 years later, over 200K. Shut up. You want me to say it one more time? I don't think you heard me. Compound interest. It's a very simple process. Come on. It's a ridiculous thing. It's probably one of the most sexiest things next to my wife that I have experienced in my life. My goodness.
I love it. Oh my gosh. Oh my
So
gosh.
I would say the one thing is, first of all, stop playing, be fearless, stop playing, be fearless, go into crypto, because I believe 100% there is no other asset class. That's what crypto is, an asset class that can 10x your money in the short amount of time that it does. Not gold, not silver, not fiat, which is just dollar bills, nothing, not even real estate. Crypto. Get in there, get into a safe space, because it's the wild, wild west. But if you get a good mentor and you get a good team and you have a good network, you can make a ridiculous amount of money. I have a speaker on my summit who's been in one of our, we create wealth engines. Wealth engines are simply tools that passively make you money, whether it be a business, whether it be crypto, whether it be life insurance, or whether it be real estate. It's just a tool that makes you money while you're sleeping. The most beautiful thing in the world is to wake up to money in your account and you didn't do anything for it. Gee, good Lord have mercy. I feel like I'm preaching. All right, listen.
Because you are.
Compound interest is something serious. Banks have been doing it for years, for decades. We need to take advantage of it. And that's why I love crypto, because it's for the people, not for the governments. That's why I love crypto.
Although,
Casey, tell me something. Tell me something, girl. Come on.
Hold on. So here's the thing. I see a lot of activity going on in the chat. So here's the thing, guys. We're here to give you the seed of information so that you can take it away and be proactive in getting more about it if you're not astute to what's happening in that space, right? So at the end of this conversation, we're going to give you a way to stay connected to the cash flow concierge. And I'm going to, again, invite you to learn more, become a student of what he's saying, become a student of crypto, become a student of compound interest. I saw a question in the chat that asked if this is only in regards to crypto. No, compound interest is how money grows. Like when we talked, Lisa was here earlier, when she's talking about whole life insurance, that's how they grow money. It's the same concept. It's just in a different vehicle, right?
Yes.
So just be aware of that. And know that we're not the experts in all of this. We're just giving you information for you to find for yourself and choose what you would like to use as your wealth building vehicle, right? So I hope that answers a lot of the questions that are in the chat. And I want to make sure
I don't tell anybody we are experts at what we do, because I don't know if I believe in that terminology, right? I don't know if I believe in that. I don't vibe with that. What we are people that are going to show you the yellow brick road that we've created in our particular lanes. That's it. We're not going to take you outside. If you want to do that, go do that, but we're not going to show you that. Whatever we're going to show you, we're invested in. We're invested in real estate. We're invested in life insurance. We're invested in certain crypto income passive platforms. Certain. We have tried a lot. And what we have carved out a pretty halfway safe space in crypto, right? And our team honestly is growing per day, because as we learn more about the universe, we delve into some other areas of income shifting, I want to say, and bringing in money. I mean, honestly, right now, I could look in my account right now. I know for a fact I at least brought in $1,000 during the time of the summit. Without doing anything. During the time of the summit.
Wow.
So is it easy? I think it's cotton picking easy. When you find a mentor, cotton picking ridiculously easy, because it's passive income, right? The engines work for you while you're going out drinking with your friends. I got my wife in it. I got my mother-in-law in it. I got my children in it. I got my sister in it. I got Jackie in it. Casey's in it. I got Eric Z in it. Stop playing. This is serious stuff here. This is not high in the sky. You can start making money. And I tell people this, you can start making money once you put it in within 48 hours or less. If you have the right mentor, let's go. There's no one better than us. We are incredible at what we do. Let's go. This young lady right here, Lorna, is on when I met her, we vibed so quick together. It was ridiculous. I love her spirit. I love the way we vibe together. You have to get in this wealthy mindset to get some of this wealth. Go get this wealth because it's right there, low-hanging fruit just for you to take. Just go take it and put it in the basket. Go put it in the basket.
Yeah. It doesn't get to be hard, right? It doesn't get to be hard. It gets to be super, super easy. It doesn't get to be toiling and back breaking. Yes, you get to work. You still get to do some work, but it doesn't get to be the work is the work. The most of the work is your mindset. Most of the work is shifting your mindset from how you've been thinking up until now, right?
There you go.
And that's the key right there. Okay.
There you go.
So I know we're almost at the end of this. Hang on one second. Just hit
that was quick.
Yeah, I feel like things have been moving pretty fast. Each of you have been talking for a half an hour at a time. So you know why it feels quick, Eric? It's because the information that we're sharing with the audience is so important, so powerful. It's not fluff, right? It's like real information, tangible information. Yeah, Medj, oh girl, you hit the nail on the head. You're passionate about what you're saying.
Man, I meant to say, Medj, I just want to say, damn, your accent, love it. Stop it. Love it. I need to learn French.
I know. So Eric, we have the Wealth Acceleration Summit coming up on Saturday. What can people expect to experience on that event?
All right. So look, let me get crystal clear here, right?
Mm-hmm.
We created the Wealth Acceleration Summit for one simple reason. To create an optimal meeting space for people that want to get wealthy and for people who want to teach people to be wealthy, right? We don't want any flip-floppers, right? We want people who are looking to change their life today, not tomorrow, today. And we are bringing to the stage people that can do that for you. Find you mentors that can change your life today. That's what the Wealth Acceleration Summit series is, because we have more than one. We have the mega event, which is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right? And then we have another event at the end of June we're going to call Freedom Week, where we will have a speaker or two every day. And then we're going to have another one called Recession Proof Your Business at 18th through 20th of August. And then, as we said, the culmination is Cabo San Lucas, the first week in October, face-to-face for high net worth people. Let's go.
Let's go.
Stop it.
Let's go.
It's going to be ridiculous. Oh my goodness. You don't have to wait 5 or 10 years to change your life. It's one step at a time. Stop playing. Be fearless. We can do this.
Yeah. Be fearless and be committed. Committed. It's one thing to be fearless. It's another thing to be committed. Because if you're not committed and you don't have support and accountability, it's not going to happen. It hasn't happened until now, right? So be committed as well as being fearless. So Eric, as we wrap up real quick, what's your one superpower that has supported you this whole time up until now? You know it was coming. Come on now.
I know, and I was trying to think about it, right? I want to say my wife. Let me think, right? My one superpower, right? I think I really believe it's I want to say it's that, right? It's really my fearlessness, right? I am willing to run through a brick wall to figure stuff out. And my friends will be like, you really do run through a brick wall. Yes, I do. I may not figure it out the correct way first, right? I fail a lot, but I refuse to stay down.
Hell no.
Refuse. I'm getting back up because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna figure this out now. I'm gonna figure this wall out. Somehow I'm gonna figure this wall out. And that has served me in my life. Right. I'm not saying I've done the best route, but I have figured out pathways. I have created pathways for people to do things in their lives. And I think that resilience and that resilience, right? That resilience and that ability, when you fall down, don't be scared of failing. Stop it. You'll learn from that and then find another way.
Yeah. It's like being a child, right? Like when you were learning to walk, you fell down more than you walked until you started walking.
And then it was like, oh my goodness.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same thing, right?
Yes, it's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Okay. I love that. I love that. All right. So tell people, or Jenny, can you put in the chat, and Eric, you can just reiterate how people can find you. And what's your free gift for today?
Man, what free gift did I give y'all? Was it a gift to this? So, hey, can I do extra? Because I like to overdo it. Can we do 2 free gifts? Is that possible?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So look, I want to do 2 things, right? I want to invite y'all to the summit for free. Come to the summit. And that's going to be June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Come out there, come see what we got, because we got some fire coming for you to provide you some incredible tools to change your life. But I also want to give you a free 30-minute session with me. We'll sit down and I'll show you some of the wealth engines we've created, and you can decide if that's something that might be of interest to you, right? I think those 2 gifts are what some people need, right? Because sometimes when you first hear it, you're like, nah, maybe not, no. But when you hear it again and again, you're like, okay, maybe this is something, I keep hearing it. Maybe God's hitting me on the head, right? Maybe I need to take a little step towards this, right? So that's why we have the series. That's why we do the Wealth Acceleration Summit, and then we do Freedom Week, and then we do Recession Proof Your Business, and then we do I don't know if I said it. It's called I Am Greater. That's the one we're doing in Cabo San Lucas. I Am Greater. That's why we do a series, because sometimes the first time it don't work. Second time, you should be getting it. Third time, you might already have a business. You need to start figuring it out. Fourth time is you're going to start meeting people who are doing ridiculous things in this world, and y'all are going to partner and become friends. It's just like going to an MBA program. My MBA people, we're friends for life, and they're all over the world. They're in Dubai right now. One's in Germany. One's in Turkey right now. This is what we're supposed to do, right? Meet ridiculous people and do ridiculous things. Life is beautiful.
That's what makes it fun.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
I love it.
All right, so if you don't mind, I will put my link for my calendar in the chat, as well as the link for the Acceleration Summit. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what's your one last it's not a takeaway. It's what's the one last thing that you would advise people to do as they leave this summit, as they leave from hearing what you have to say today?
I think mine is always simple, right? Find a mentor. I think it's very important. Find a mentor. You know why you're going to do it? Because they'll help you avoid some of the pitfalls. Find a mentor. They can be your accountability partner in taking your life to the next level. Find a mentor.
Okay, that's powerful. Because a lot of people will say they don't know how to find a mentor, or or they'll say, oh, I already know that, I don't need a mentor. Right. And what one thing that I know is that we're here for each other, and that's the whole point, right? There's something I know that you don't know. There's something you know that I don't know, right? There's something, Jackie knows that I don't know, right? So find a mentor. I love that.
I'm telling you, everybody, the people on here that I know, Lorna, ridiculous. Follow her. Stop playing. Madge, ridiculous. Stop it. She'll even teach you a little bit of French. Casey Hamilton. Jackie Woodside. We vibe so quickly. I couldn't even believe it. It's ridiculous. What the journey that they've been on, and what they're willing, and how they're willing to serve you. Follow them. Change your life.
Yeah. That's what we're about. Yeah. We're about to
I'm
change some
sorry.
lives.
Eric Z too. Stop playing. Eric Zuley's a little crazy. He does a lot. He does way too much. It's ridiculous how much he does. I can't keep up with him. But he has a ridiculous following, and he has a ridiculous funnel to help you change your life. I would definitely have you talk to Eric Zuley and see how he can help you organize some of the things you're trying to do, because he's got some tools for you.
Yeah, love it. Thank you for all the shout outs. You're so generous. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being a yes. Thank you for who you're being in the world as well, and what you're creating. Because I think that we all, like you said, abundance is our birthright, you know, and we all get to have it. We all get to have it if we choose it, you know. Got the summit, not the 30-minute consult. We'll take care of that, Ruthie. We'll take care of that.
Hey, look, life is a blessing, really. And the meditation, I believe I heard on the meditation, is very serious, dude. Seriously. Slow your roll every day. Oh, my cycle is when I get up in the morning, I do a little bit of prayer. Thank you for waking me up. And I check my cryptos for like 20 minutes, seeing what money's coming in. And thankful for the things that God has allowed me to experience, right? You have that the day you were born and the day you die, that line in between. I really want to be a huge impact on that line in between. Very, very important, right? It's a passion project for me, because I don't have to teach people this. I only created it for my family, right? This is a passion project for me to give people a freedom in the financial space. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Excited. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. We have a little bit of time between now and the next speaker. But so before the next speaker comes on, we're going to do a couple of exercises. One starts in with, what is your biggest takeaway from Cash Flow Concierge, Eric Wesley? What's your biggest takeaway from his conversation? Biggest takeaway from his conversation? Put it in the chat. And I also wanted to invite you to, if you're looking for the replays, you, Jenny, if you can drop the VIP link, you can access the replays to all the speakers. They're going to be packaged up, and you can get them within about 48 hours. Give me about 48 hours to have it packaged for you. And included in the VIP is the replay. You're going to also have a 30-minute consultation with myself. You're going to have access to the Easy Way Family membership, the basic membership. And we're going to throw in more bonuses with your VIP purchase. So go on in, get your VIP. We'll get you all the recordings. And here's the thing, guys. This is for you. This is for you because we know that you want something different. We know that you are here because you want something different. And we have figured out a couple of things. We don't know it all. I don't know it all. Don't know about you, Eric. But what we know, we are willing to share. What we know, we're willing to share. Because when we know that when we share what we know with you, you're going to be willing to share it with somebody else. And together, as a community, we can shift the trajectory of many lives. Right? So go on in, get the VIP, and oh, one more thing. After this summit is over and after the Wealth Acceleration Summit, I'm going to have a 3-day challenge next week, Tuesday to Thursday. It's going to be about an hour a day. And we're going to go a little bit deeper into a lot of the things we talked about today. Strategies around wealth building. We're going to dig deeper into the insurance piece. We're going to dig deeper into the crypto piece, Eric, just to put me on pause. We're going to dig deeper into the mindset, first of all. So day one is going to be on mindset. Day one is going to be on mindset. So we're going to dig deep into that. We're going to shift money traumas for you guys, create new money stories, right? Day 2, we're going to jump into the insurance. Day 3, we're going to jump into crypto. Okay. So that's going to be the challenge. Watch your email for more information on that. All right. So I want to have some. What are you doing, Eric? I want to have.
I am promoting you and the speaker that was just on the stage to the people on the stage.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just like, I apologize. All right. So right now I want you to think of, so the first time I asked you the question, I asked you what you do with $1 million, right? And everybody did that, right? Okay. So I hope it was something powerful, and I hope it was something that included yourself. Now I want to raise up hands. Who here did not include yourself when you did that exercise? I'm just curious. Oh, let me put you on gallery. Who did not include yourself when you did that exercise? Be honest. $1 million, what would you do with it? You did not include yourself. Jenny, thank you for your authenticity, my friend. Thank you for being authentic. Everybody else included themselves. Yes? Okay. So let's take that a little bit deeper. What percentage of the $1 million did you give away? Put it in the chat. What percentage of the $1 million did you give away? Love it. 10, none. Who said none? Eric, you didn't give away any of it? What's under that? 10%, Ranjana. Almost all of it.
I put it all in life insurance.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to do. Because here's the thing, with you putting in the life insurance, I understand why you did it. And generosity gets to be a part of the system. Generosity gets to be a part of the system, my friend. So who said almost all of it? Oh, Jenny, almost all of it. Amy, I would give away 10%. And Androssen, love that name, gave away 10%. So the 10% that you chose to give away, is it because that's what you've been told or taught, or is that just your choice? Just curious. I'm doing a bunch of surveys right now, guys, because we're waiting for our next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Carol Register. She is an amazing human being. So stay on, because remember, they're gifts for the people who stay until the end. Put in the chat if that was that 10% that you decided on, was it because of the fact that you were taught to give away 10%, or if it was your choice to give away 10%? My choice. Got it. Okay. I got it. All right. So here's the thing. You get to choose to give it away. Whatever amount it is, you get to choose. It doesn't get to be anybody else's decision. One of the biggest things in life is that we have the power of choice. And it's something that we don't use because we've been so led so far. We're like sheep. I'm going to say it. It's going to sound bad. Forgive me. We've been led as sheep to the slaughter, right? And I'm here to change that mindset for you guys, that we get to make decisions based on what we believe is good for our well-being and for whatever we choose to give in the world, right? So that is super important. And I want to make sure 30% represents what I create for others. What does that mean, Madge? Can you pop back on and share what that means?
So 30%, I have 30% in mind because I have for me, but I create something with 30%. And it's to give back.
Oh, you want to give back 30% of what you created. Is that what I'm hearing? Got it. Got it. I love that number. I love that number because remember how when we were talking, I forgot which speaker we were saying, we were talking about the laws. I think it was Jackie. And we were talking about the laws that apply to our way of living, right? If you apply the law of giving with the 30%, right? There's a law that says give and it will be given back to you, pressed down, shaken up, running over, right? So that just means that it's not just the 30% that you're going to get back, it's going to be more than the 30% plus, right? So that's the law. That's how the money works, right? So that's one of the ways that people who have already created wealth continue to create wealth in their lives and their businesses and become and that's one of the reasons. If you ever look at Oprah Winfrey, I'm going to use Oprah as an example. Oprah Winfrey is a huge giver. And this is what I'm saying to you right now is exactly the reason why she is such a billionaire, because she gives so much. She knows the law of giving, which is give and it'll be given back to you in much more than you gave, right?
The more you
So
give, the more you get.
the more you give, the more you get, right? So cash flow, you hearing me over there?
It's compounding, right?
It's compound.
Woohoo!
That was good, Madge. That was good. Good comeback. Good comeback. All right. So I see that my beautiful Carol Register is in the house, but before we bring her on, I want to shift the energy in the room again. And I want to shake you guys up. I know we've been sitting for a long time. And this has been fun. This has been fun for me to have these beautiful speakers on the event, because I know that you guys have been getting so much value from the conversation. So I want you to shift your energy a little bit. Hang on. That's not the one I wanted. Hang on. Here we go. Move your, I'm going to invite you guys to stand up and shift your energy. Shake your body, shake your head, shake something. As we welcome Carol. I see Carol got the moves. Let me see it, Casey. I know. Ranjana, move, girl, move. Yes. Bass. Yes. Yes, who needs a change? Who needs a change in their lives right now? All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So who needs a change in their life right now? That's why we're here on the Freedom Wealth Summit, to create a change in our lives. Yes. So before we, okay, got it. Okay. All right, so we're gonna bring up, or we're running a bit ahead, which is amazing. Guys, I've never done that before, so I'm super excited. We're gonna jump on with our next amazing speaker, Carol Register, on stage. Yes, let's go. Give a hand for Carol. Thank you for coming on, my friend. I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule. I know you've been probably popping on and off Zoom all day, sharing your wisdom throughout the Zoom land. So welcome, Carol.
Welcome to Thank you for actually not welcome. Sorry, tongue tied. Thank you for having me, Lorna. I'm super excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So Carol Register is an international multiple business owner. She's a podcaster. She's a speaker. She's a global investor. She's a consultant and a business strategist. And she's also a certified master neuro coach. And she combines neuroscience with the principles of wealth and health to unleash the power within you and create the reality you want to live. So the key to all that, guys, is that you got to know about what your reality gets to look like, right? So Carol, welcome to the Freedom Wealth Summit, and I am super excited that you're here. Go ahead and share with the audience something that I did not share from that introduction, something fun about you.
Oh, okay, something fun. I formerly for years and years was a high-level gymnastics judge and clinician. Gymnastics in my family, from my grandmother, my cousin, myself, my daughters, all the way. So yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that I didn't know about you. That's super fun. Super fun.
I'm like a cat. I've had 9 lives.
I appreciate you sharing that fun fact about yourself, Carol. So let's jump right in. You know, we're talking about wealth, we're talking about health, we're talking about money, we're talking about mindset. And you're kind of like a culmination of all of those, right? Because you grew up in a wealthy household, and wealth has been in your space for a long time. And so, you know, your experiences may be different than most people. And I would love for you to share just a little bit about your life, your childhood, what brought you into this space. I know you're an international person, you've traveled, you've lived in different countries, and you have experienced a lot in your life, right? And so can you share with the audience just a little bit more about the transition periods that you've gone through, and how your mindset, even though you've been wealthy, how your mindset has been along the way, right? Because it's not always been there, right? So
yeah, I would love to share that. I actually didn't grow up in a wealthy household. My parents were working class, and on one side of my family there was wealth and ranching, banking, oil, but my parents were actually they got married very young and were working multiple jobs, very much part of the hustle culture, burnout. We experienced a lot of health conditions. It wasn't until after I was married that I really began to experience wealth, and our limiting beliefs follow us, and they're built in from our childhoods. I know that is something where the brain starts at that time to keep us safe. And so what I found was, even though I experienced wealth and had wealth, that I was living in a poverty state. I was living with scarcity. I was living with chasing money. I was living with, the fear of losing it, and just a very fear-based existence around money. So yeah, that's part of my childhood. And my journeys.
So, hold on. I want to catch that a little bit. So at that stage of your life, what was the thing? Because you saw the possibility, right? You saw the possibility on the other side of your family, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet you had the fear. How does that interact? Like how was that created? How did you create that? I'm going to call it a story. How did you create that story for yourself?
Yeah, it's exactly what I was doing. I was creating that reality. And the way that I was creating it was, what is wired into our subconscious, we're going to make over 90%, up to 97% of our daily decisions from what's wired in. And we don't even know it's there. Just like you and I are breathing right now. We're not sitting here thinking, I'm breathing in, I'm breathing out, I'm breathing in, I'm breathing out. We are breathing as we're interacting with one another. It's automated. So were these beliefs that I had around money. And that's what I was making my daily decisions from. And that's what was being fostered in my household, if you will. And so it's really important to know the power that we have, how much we can unleash, and that there's ways you can think like the wealthy think and operate. I didn't learn that growing up. And this is one of the reasons I'm really passionate about sharing it with all of you, because success leaves clues, right?
Yeah. Eric said that 50 times during his interview just now. I said, I know that one landed. So how did you make that shift for yourself? And when did you make that shift for yourself?
Well, I was widowed early. My husband was dealing with mental illness and was using unhealthy methods to cope. I was in a situation where I was receiving a lot of dysfunctional verbal and psychological, some would say abuse. We were in a survive state. And I was in that state for a very long time, not in a thrive state. And he was super intelligent, incredible man. And so wherever you're at, whatever your experience it is, you need to know that there are tools available for you, that your healing is available. For me, it came through understanding our neuroscience tools, how our brains and our nervous systems, our hearts, our guts, how they function, and how we're able to create our reality. We are, in fact, creating our reality right now. You're sitting in a chair, somebody thought that chair, somebody took it and had it drawn and took it to a manufacturer to have it produced. You bought it, now you're sitting in it, right? Or maybe you're at a coffee shop, but it all started with that thought process. And when I found out that I could actually get out of my own way and get unstuck, and that I had power, I was a leader, I just wasn't recognizing it. I thought for a long time I was a victim. Then I was able to start doing the reprogramming process that I teach and start to walk into these principles of wealth, the way that the wealthy think and operate, so that I could bring that to people.
Yeah, I love that. So was that training, the thing that you learned, was that earlier on in life or later on in life during our process?
It was actually in my 50s after I was widowed. And so one of the things that I want to lean into here in regard to wealth is that we often don't know the definitions. Now, we've been talking about this all day. Sometimes hearing these things in another voice, in another way, is where we get really excited. And what I didn't recognize was the difference between money and wealth. And I talked to a lot of people. My clients didn't recognize this. So money is a part of wealth. It is not wealth.
Not wealth. Absolutely.
Right. Absolutely. What is wealth? Wealth is assets. And I love Sharon Lecter's quote on this: assets feed you, liabilities eat you. Well, assets are money producing machines. So in the US, if you're thinking about wealth like everybody else, as I think Lisa mentioned early this morning, your house and your car, we need shelter, we need transportation, but they're not assets unless you have them working for you, producing cash flow for you, because assets feed you, liabilities eat you. So
that is so good. Oh my gosh. That's a mic drop. Jenny, put that in the chat, please. Assets feed you, right?
Yeah.
And everybody thinks that because one of the things I know is that Dave Ramsey, I get it, but you know what? He has a point. He does have a point, right? Because if the quote unquote asset is taking money out of your pocket, right?
And it's not an asset.
Then it's not an asset.
Right.
So
Right.
I love that. So we had talking about the 3 pinnacles of wealth. Can we start that conversation and let's see where that takes us for the rest of this? So
Absolutely. So
Mhm.
So I have more than 20 principles of wealth. It's the success clues, like Eric was saying, that the thing to know is you are wealthy. Quantum physics wise, you're already wealthy. You're wealthy right now in the present, but how do you walk into that, right? So universal principles exist to help you to walk into who you already are. And one of the first ones is the 80-20 rule. And if you've ever felt burned out, boy, I did. I spent 5 days in bed burned out. That's a whole other story. If you're in the hustle culture, if you're trading your time for money, if you feel like the only way to become wealthy is to work hard and chase it, then what's happening is your money and your finances are in charge of you rather than you being in charge of them and using them as the tool they are. Money is a tool. It is a measurement of value. It is a system of barter. Back in the day, you and I would have traded a basket of apples for potatoes, and many people still do that. And it's wonderful, but it was a system. It's a way to systemize that trade. So when you think about being in the marketplace, when you think about wealth, what value are you putting out there? Because this is a measurement of value. It's a tool. So it's not the thing we chased after and go after. It's a matter of learning ways to put it to work for us. So instead of us working for it, we are putting it to work as a tool for us. So with the 80-20 principle, a lot of times what happens in our hustle culture, if you're burned out, if you're tired, if you're overwhelmed, if you're frustrated, it's because you may be having 80% of your actions and activities only producing 20% of your results.
Yeah. And so, which is why, we started the conversation this morning with intention, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important to be intentional about what it is that you want, what it is that you want in life in general, and what is it you want to do with the money, right?
Right.
All of that is intentional, right? And even as you get the money and you continue with your intention, and we talked about giving and all that. So what is another, 'cause I think we're probably, if we have the time, we can probably go through a lot more principles with you if you're open to that.
One of the things I want to mention with this, though, is what we want to do is we want to start thinking differently and therefore operating differently. We want to look at it where 20% or less of our activities are now producing 80% or more of our results. It's counterintuitive.
So hold on 1 second, Carol, because if you're saying we get to start thinking differently, and one of the things that's my intention for this summit is to make sure that people have practical takeaways so how does one shift their mindset? You're a neuroscience coach, right? How does one shift the mindset from what they are right now into the 20% rule? I'm going to call it the 20% rule.
So I have a very simple 4-step process for doing that. It is childlike simple and it is proven. And I can give you multiple client results from Edgar to Marissa to Safina to Stephanie to Kelly to, I could go on and on, right? The thing that is important is start to gain awareness of those limiting beliefs. That's the first step, and it's really critical. And with my free gift, I'm going to also be giving you another key component, which we'll mention at the end. Right now, practically, I want you to consider the Pareto principle. It operates in nature. It's a universal law. Start considering your actions right now. Are your actions effective and efficient? Are 20% of them able to produce 80% of your results? So that's the first principle, power principle. And I want to tell you, when you're thinking about trading time for money or going to work for money or chasing it, you can only trade so much time for money. We only have 24 hours in a day, but you can have as many assets as you want. As many economic machines, as many assets that produce cash for you as you want. It's limitless, right?
So what do you think? What do you think is the reason why people are not in that mindset yet?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with our schooling, with our culture, with what we were taught by our families, generational patterns. There's a lot of variables there. And really, it's our brain keeping us safe with the things that are automated and wired in. Because the brain's job is to protect whatever is automated. Right? Because it's a beautiful, sophisticated system. It's actually your brain working properly. It's one of the reasons that we feel so uncomfortable when we grow. But this is
or when we make a change. So the reason why I brought that question to the forefront is to bring the awareness to the audience that once you decide to make this shift in mindset, it's gonna be uncomfortable. Really and truly it is. So the key to this whole thing is for you to walk through that uncomfortableness to get to the other side and not stop, right? When Eric was on, he talked about he didn't give up. That's part of the key. You can't give up. Because like Carol said, the brain is meant to keep you safe, right? And how do you, this is powerful because it was said before, how do you now train your brain to listen to your mind and do the thing that you wanted to do, not the thing that it was wired to do?
It's such a great question. You need a process. And, you know, this is one of the things that drives me crazy is that, you know, oh, I learned this great mindset hack from my best friend and I'm going to try that. And, oh, there was this great Instagram reel and I'm going to try that. You need a clear process that works with the way your brain is designed and created to work. And I'll give you a very important tip before we go on to principle 2, and that is celebrate. The micro and mini celebrations are so important. And if you're anything like I've been, very driven person, then our habit is to go goal next, goal next. And we just bypass any reward for our brain. So we're in this discomfort zone. Our brain's working for us to keep us back in the familiar, back in the safety zone. It's giving us neurochemicals to do so. Our brains are actually wired for reward. So when you are doing micro and mini celebrations, as well as the medium and bigger ones along the way, you are rewarding your brain for being in that discomfort zone. And I talk to my brain. I'm like, hey, little buddy, we're safe. We're growing. It's all good. It's all good. Let me reward you. Let me go get a cup of hot tea and look out at the fabulous painting in the sky and let's celebrate. I just sent that email that I was so resisting, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's so powerful. So
important
powerful.
tip.
Absolutely.
So, if you're okay, I want to dive right into
Principle number 2.
Do you fear losing it? Because a lot of the people that work with me, that has been where they are. And that is where I was. It was being in wealth and having a scarcity mindset with constant paranoia and fear. Oh no, I'm going to lose it. I don't know what to do with this. And for me, I would avoid it. Now, my husband didn't. He was a numbers specialist, but it took me that rewiring process to find the joy in there and to release the anxiety. So if you're anxious when you're dealing with your finances, if you fear losing it, if you're avoiding it, these are common. You know, maybe you heard growing up, money doesn't grow on trees, got to save for a rainy day. Oh, we can't afford that. If this is you, listen, it is possible to change those beliefs to the success beliefs that you want. And I'm going to give you a really simple practical tip called Pearson's Law. Now, Pearson's Law is often used with productivity. What it states is what you measure grows. What you measure and report grows exponentially. So this principle of tracking, which you can do in less than 15 minutes a day, attracts wealth to you. You are wealthy, so we're talking about stepping into it. You're wealthy right now in the present. So using Pearson's Law to track rather than avoid, rewiring that avoidance, this principle attracts wealth, and it works. We can see it in quantum mechanics. It puts us in the driver's seat. So instead of avoiding, again, we're now in control. We're able to start attracting assets to us. We're able to use money as the tool it is and put it to work for us. And then again, working with me, having a proven process to remove those limiting beliefs and wire in your success beliefs around the wealth while you're putting those principles into action. What would that look like for you?
Yeah, that's powerful. Powerful. The rewiring part is probably the hardest part, right? Because like I said before, the change is uncomfortable, and comfort is more powerful, you know.
Right.
So I don't know your technique. I've not experienced it, but I know that if somebody wants the change and really desires the change, it's possible. So talk to us about principle number 3, if you would.
Yeah, I sure will. So principle number 3 is really important because it's the one that I've already mentioned. I've already tied it in throughout, and it is, instead of going to work for money, you're putting it to work for you. So it's a real paradigm shift to our schooling, to our culture. And I believe I heard earlier, you know, we're not taught, again, the way that people who are wealthy build wealth, the 1%, right? We're taught what the masses are doing, which isn't working. So it's about knowing that you can take what you have as a tool. And I mean, no matter where you are on the financial journey, if you can set aside $5, if you can set aside, you know, whatever it may be to invest, to build assets that will produce for you, then you can begin to make money in your sleep, right? And that is also tied in with dismissing I've got to work hard, I've got to hustle. Action is a bridge that brings clarity from the subconscious. It is actually the last step in the creation process. And we're all thinking about, how do I be productive? How do I do? That is performance-based acceptance. That is thinking our behavior, our value is by our behavior, not by our birth. Our value is by our birth. And when you stand grounded in who you are, your identity, you asked me earlier, how did you shift? You know that you're valuable, you know that you're worthy, then you can begin to create from who you are, rather than putting the focus on the doing and on the action. Now, the action still comes, the doing still comes, but it comes from a very different paradigm that starts to bring wealth to you. And I can tell you, my client Marissa is doing this right now. She's in a journey of removing shame from her family patterns, from how the way she grew up around her wealth. And instead of hustling to get the money and always feeling like it's too hard and I can't really get there, and I've kind of experienced it, but my family doesn't approve, and all these things she's dealing with, she's releasing that now. And she's starting to build her assets. And that is the exciting part for me.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's powerful. When you see it in action, it's an amazing thing. When you see your clients shifting their mindset and just being really taking it on, right? Taking it on for real, right?
Yeah.
It's a powerful feeling. So I know you shared a lot of concepts. I know you shared a lot of the things that you have experienced. And I want to take it a little bit further and ask, like, what's the one thing for you that you've used all along? And I know that you're still on the journey, like most of us, right? But what's the one thing that you've used in all the principles? And I would love you to share additional principles if you can. But before we go into more principles, what's the one thing that you've used that has accelerated? I'm talking about the acceleration.
Yeah.
Accelerated the process for you, like faster than anything else.
Love this, love this. So I have more than 20 principles of wealth, and it's from being in the rooms with the wealthy and learning how they operate and how I could start to operate to change my scarcity mindset. I've made every financial mistake in the book. I mean, from, if we want to talk about first attempts and learning, and a part of that was because my husband was brilliant. And due to the mental illness and the trauma I experienced, he was very controlling of everything. And so when he died, I didn't have a family office. If you know what that is, I won't go into it here, but I intuitively put one together and began, I was operating in 6 countries. So I had to grow fast. I had to figure it out fast. I didn't have time to wait, or I was going to be like one of those lottery winners, which no judgment on them. We don't know what we don't know. Right. So with those, the main one for me has absolutely been the knowing who I am, how powerful I am, and standing grounded in that, in my leadership, standing grounded in that, and pairing that with the neuroscience tools that I use. I still use them every single day. They're that powerful. So it's not only about the quick wins, because most of you listening to this, if you're not taking notes or you haven't got the replay, you're going to forget 80% of what's said here. 80-20 rule in action again.
That's right. That's right.
And so it's really important. I highly invite you to get that replay, to get your notebook and your pen out and lean in, because it's so important that you have the tools, not only for the quick wins, the temporary wins. It's great. We need that motivation, that reward, that momentum, but the long-term tools for ongoing success, ongoing up-leveling. I'm still challenging myself and walking in courage every day, and my clients are as well. They've had some amazing transformations. So yeah, I would say identity along with the neuroscience tools, and pairing that again with these success clues that the wealthy operate by. So Can I say all of it?
I love it. I love it. I love it. And you just said a word that is so, like, the word courage is so misused, that word has come up in my space the entire week, this week, up to this morning before I got on the summit. And it's one of those keys that people overlook in the process of creating wealth, right? In the process of staying engaged in what they say they want, right? On the days when you don't feel like getting up and talking to that client and having the courage to say, yes, I am getting up. No matter what, I have a sniffle, I'm getting up instead of laying down. You know what I mean? Like, it's a huge word that is overlooked. So I'm glad you presence that you had to come to yourself in courage and step into power.
I love that you're bringing that up. If you're lacking continual motivation, yes, it is those limiting beliefs that you're then making decisions by without your awareness. It also can be that your vision isn't strong enough, because our visions, our desires, and our whys really drive us. And they're the fuel when we feel like giving up. And my fuel is to bring this information to as many of you as possible so that you do know that you have the power to create the reality that you desire. It happens every day, all the time. And that's where working alongside somebody like Lorna, like Lisa, like all of you here, including myself, is so powerful and important. Being in those communities, being surrounded by that collective wisdom of those who have the energy of up-leveling, right? It impacts us because we are already wealthy. We want to be surrounded by those who are operating in that space, who are stepping into the courage to get out of your so-called comfort zone, which if you listen to our podcast, Unleashed and Unstoppable, you'll hear we did a whole episode on the fact that it's not really comfortable. If you're sitting over there, I'm not talking about a productive rest day. I take pajama days. I do the 80-20 principle. But if you are sitting on the couch feeling like giving up and curled up crying into your pillow, this is something that can happen when those limiting beliefs are rising higher and higher. It's not really comfortable. It's really a matter of your intention. You're not wanting that.
Right. And then you're choosing it, actually. You know, that's a choice. That's the power of choice that I talked about before you got on. So I know we have a little bit more time. If you could just sneak in one more of those 20 principles that the audience could use on their journey here.
Oh my goodness. I have to think about which one would be so important. I know that it's already been leaned into here. We are reaping what we sow. It's a principle of nature. And so knowing how to sow into your wealth so that you're reaping it is a huge part of what I teach with these success clues, with these principles that are working, their universal laws, they're operating in nature. There's generosity. There's knowing how to leverage the spread. There's knowing how to multiply and leverage, right? There's knowing the difference between good debt and bad debt. There's the rule of 42. There's the rule of 72. So 72. I'm hitting you with quite a few things, but again, you don't have to absorb these all at once. And it's not about perfectionism. It's about having the courage to do it messy, to let stuff go and really lean in to the way the wealthy are thinking and operating, what's producing the wealth, so that you can bring it in for your life as well.
Yourself. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. There's a lot of stuff you just said. But again, whatever you're hearing on this summit, go look it up. There's a reason why it's being said. Go look it up. Write down the rule of 72. Go look up what it means. Write down the rule of 42. Go look at what that means, right? Yeah. And how you can integrate it into what you want to create in your wealth strategy. Okay.
Yeah.
So Carol, what's the one huge piece of, I don't want to say advice. What's the one huge thing that you would share with the audience that would make a big difference for them after today?
Yes, it would be starting to look at what's available to you recognizing that the power is within you. You are already wealthy. You just need the system and the clear process where you can have measurable, tangible results to be who you already are.
I love that. I love that. Measurable, tangible. Yeah. Because people like to see things, right? Like there's, and when you see it for yourself, then you believe it. But I'm saying to you, believe it and step in. Believe it and step in. Okay, so what is your contact info? Thank you, Amy. What is your contact information that people could stay connected to you and share a little bit more about the free gift that you started talking about at the middle of the conversation?
So you can contact me through downloading the free gift. It is, I can't speak. It's a wealth activation. And so it's one of the key steps in knowing how to recode your brain. And so I invite you to download that. It's got my contact with my email in there. I also mentioned Unleashed and Unstoppable You podcast. My contact information is in the show notes every week. And so thank you so much for having me, Lorna, and for what you're doing here to bring this fabulous information to people.
Absolutely, girl. We're on this journey together, like you one of my ride or dies. Yeah, love you too, girl. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for always being a yes. Thank you for what you're creating in the world and bringing like this knowledge to people, should they choose it. And again, it's all in choosing this information to shift your mind, to create something new for yourself in your life that you never had before. Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and thinking it's going to be any different, right? So thank you, Carol. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All right. So guys, here's the thing. I have a surprise for you. He was not on the roster. He's a surprise guest for us. Funny. And before I introduce him, I also want to tell you that one of our speakers actually got married in the middle of this. So she actually recorded it's Jill Lublin. She recorded her interview. So what we're going to do is we're going to email you, all of you present here, we're going to email you her interview. Okay. So that you can, she's just a badass. That's all I'm going to say. Talk about visibility strategist, a publicist, teaches you how to really talk to yourself so that you can get what you want, all that stuff. Good, great, fabulous interview. So watch your emails for her interview, Jill Lublin. Included in that email will also be the free link to her free gift, right? So you can get connected to her as well. So without further ado, hopefully he won't make me dizzy because he's moving around. I want to introduce our funny guy, our final speaker for the day. Thank you all for sticking it out. And you're going to be entered into I'm going to call it a raffle. For being here, you're going to be entered into a raffle. I'm not going to tell you what you're going to win. It's going to be good. I promise. I am a generous person. So that's all I got to tell you. So you just got to stay and see what it is. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce to you our funny guy and our final speaker for this month's Freedom Wealth Summit, Johnny V.
Oh boy, oh, how am I doing? I'm in Las Vegas, for God's sake. I'm losing everything. I need the wealth and I need it right now. Where am I? Am I? And I need my password to my ATM. I love Carol Register. Oh my God, with that last name, you have got to be magnificent, which you are. I don't know you very long, but I'm telling you, I'm listening to every word you say. You're wonderful. Let me hold on a second. I think there's something coming up.
While you do that, while you
Wait,
do
hold
that,
on.
I'm going to
Hold on, go.
introduce you properly. I'm going to introduce you
Okey-doke.
properly to our audience because not everybody is from the Easy Way platform. So I want to
Okay.
make sure I give you a proper introduction. And so for our last speaker, it's Johnny Vanooker. He's the best TV personality ever. Starred on Scott Ballow's 45 and Single on VH1. He's an actor, producer. He's an acting coach as well as an entertainment coach. He steeps in leadership. We had a great conversation in leadership because that's just how we talk. Right now, he's producing and hosting a show called The Johnny Vanooker Show on Easy Way Network, as well as, are you on Netflix with the series as well? You
Well,
are,
let
right?
me, I'm going to make some corrections. When you're done, I'm going to just improve.
Oh, go ahead. You can improve now.
Because you know why? Because we can always improve. You know, you
Mhm.
ever see somebody and they're so amazing and they're so wonderful. You don't even want to leave your room because that person is so overpowering and amazing. No. Leave your room. Leave your room and be as magnificent as that person, because you will find out you will rise much higher than that person in good ways. Carol Register, I got to say her name again. I love that name. I wish my last name was Register, to be quite honest with you, because seriously, I think that would have helped me 10 years ago. But forget about yesterday. Always deal with right now and today. Most recently, I was on the series The Offer with Miles Teller on Paramount Plus. Prior to that, with John Voight on Ray Donovan. The show that Eric, who I love so dearly, I could hug him right now. We're doing a show called Gaining Access, because if you're not gaining access, then what are you doing today? You need to gain access. We have a show we're putting together right now that's about to premiere, and it's going to be fantastic. Eric Z, and anybody needs to get hold of me. I'm just going to tell you right in the get-go here, you need to reach me. You need help in pitching your project, gaining access. You need help in performance. You can go on the Easy Wall of fame and say, I want that guy, that masterful, amazing, wonderful person, Johnny Vanooker. That's my last name. People know me as Johnny V, but you know what? I love all people, no matter what you call me, as long as you're saying it with love. Say it with love. I'm so grateful to be here right now because I am an entertainment life coach as well as a speaker. I like to change lives. As I'm sitting in a taxi cab in New York City, midtown in the back seat, I want to change that guy's life that's sitting up front. And let me tell you that many times they turn around and they go, thank you, whoever you are, that's me. Thank you for talking, because when I talk, I want people to rise. I don't want people to just think so much and get so technical. I just want them to be doers. Either you do or you don't. I teach all my clients that, because guess what? We can talk and talk and talk and nothing gets done. I know. I'm guilty as charged. But you know, in life, we get better and better and better, but never worry about falling. I fell a million times. I love falling because, it feels so good when you get up. Because I asked somebody once, a wonderful actor, and I said to him, how are you so looking good? Any advice you want to get? Just give me any bit of advice. He said, Johnny, if you fall, it's an old adage, you get up. That's what we have to do. There's no time to sit and worry about, oh my God. No, you're going to get to a good place. And I'm so happy to be here to share my energy and my successes. You know, it is all about, you know, someone says to me, John, I got to go. I got to regroup. Good, regroup, but don't regroup for so long. Get back into the game. Yeah, don't waste time. You know, now is a time, and now is a time to create the team. Create this amazing, wonderful team around you that is going to help you rise to your greatest potential. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, look, I'm in the presence of very wealthy billionaires, and I'm in the presence of people just trying to make ends meet. I get it. And we all have the same journey. You know, we want to create success. You know, the people that are billionaires are looking for happiness. That's where
I was just going to ask you that, like, what's the difference, right? What's the difference?
Well,
Because
yeah.
in the same space, you're experiencing both range of people in the same space. So what's the difference in your
I
experience?
think as we had spoken about
Johnny,
one time,
look at the camera. We don't want to see your nose hairs. I love you, bro. Look at the camera.
Yes. Well, listen, the only way I know about my nose hairs is if you tell me, Eric, and I love you very much. You know, what I was just saying is, look, no matter.
Are you moving? Hold on one second, Johnny. Are you moving around?
Well, I'm on a set right now. I'm actually doing some filming. So I had to find a place that was light enough for you to see me. And I like to pace. I like to pace back and forth, but I'll try not to. But pacing,
hold on. I want you to pace. My request is for you to pace and look in the camera. Can you do that?
Well, that's two things. That's a lot. That's a lot. You see, now
you're an actor, for crying out loud.
Now I got bosses all over there. You know, but I know that it's always said with love. And now I forgot what I was going to say. But we were talking about the billionaires as compared with you know what it is, and we talked a little bit about it. It really is about health of mind and soul. You know, if you don't have that, I don't care. You know, listen, you can make all the money in the world, and you're just going to be in a bad way. We don't want. I don't want anybody in a bad way. So if you're to the top of your career, that's great. But you still need the happiness and health, and that comes from the truth. We had talked about this early on when we were doing some conversation about today, and that is people getting in touch with their truth. If you're honest, if you just take those lies and flush them down the you know what, and you just are so honest and coming from the real place, I'm telling you guys, and I know you know this, I know people know it, but they master the way not to be truthful, not to be honest. They become masters at it, but in the big picture, it doesn't service you as much as you think, because it makes you miserable in all the money.
Yeah, because it's not inauthentic, right?
It's not authentic. I'm just saying, find a healthy place. You know, whether you're just beginning your journey or you're in your journey. Let me tell you, I know people that are very high up, and they're just not happy, and that happiness can get in the way of living life. You know, no matter what we're doing or where we're at in our lives, we have to be happy. You know, make every day count. Celebrate the day. You know, smile. Do everything you need to do and you want to do. You know, don't wait. This is not a waiting game, and I'm talking about life. It's not a waiting game. Look, Eric Z, I met many moons ago, and for the first moments that I met him, I knew this guy. That's how we say it when we're from New York. This guy was a genius. He was just getting it going, and he never stopped. And I admire him for that, his commitment to wanting people to be happy. You know, very simple. So here we are. I'm so grateful to be here because we can talk and we can break bread together, except I don't have my bread. Where is my bread? I could use a little snack right now.
You can use a snack.
Okay.
All right. So let me ask you some questions. Let me ask you some questions so we can get grounded in what you're creating, who you be, how you can support the audience that are still here. They've been here for 4 hours. They waited for you, Johnny V. Listen,
a lot of people
they waited for you. Yeah. So, and you talked about failure, and I don't think we've talked a lot about it so far. And I want to really share. I want you to share with the audience what that means to fail and get back up. So I'm sure that you just said it. I'm sure that you've had a lot of failures, creating a lot of businesses, creating a lot of movies. You probably had instances where, you know, you thought you were going to get the money to create this project and the money didn't work out. Share with us like one story that kind of brought you to your knees, right? And you found, like we were talking about before on Carol's interview, you found the courage to get back up so that today you can stand here and say, hey, I'm Johnny V. I'm still here. I'm going to produce until I say no more. What's that one? What's that one instance?
Well, you know, the one instance is really about, you know, I started out in New York City in the restaurant business. My family owned a landmark restaurant called the Stage Delicatessen. Many people are familiar with that. I learned life in that deli. You know, from the waiters to the dishwashers to the countermen that made the sandwiches, it was really all life because everybody was living their life as they had their certain job they had to do to help make this restaurant a success. During all this goings on, we had very famous personalities that came in. So I got the bug of, I want to be in the entertainment business. But, you know, we have trials and tribulations. And there was a time in the business where I was reading for the biggest films, whatever they were at the time, but I was not in line in my life. And I was getting high, doing things I shouldn't be doing. And Hollywood was leaving letters for me in New York City saying, hey, we left. Sorry, we're out of here. And that and things like that were happening. And I was in for a rude awakening. And when I was in my worst situation and I was drinking and all, going to college and all this stuff, I was you know, having the shakes, and I just was in a very bad way. I single-handedly had to find my way back, and I did. I did that with performance, with stand-up comedy. I realized what was my greatest asset, and that was entertainment. And that's where I created and began to create the genius again. And I realized there is no staying in that place where you fail for too long. No, you can get up and get out and get on with your life and your business. So I was in the darkest hours at that time of my life, and it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
But God said, Johnny, you're an entertainer. We're going to make you smile inside and out, and you're going to do that for millions of others, you know. And that is what happened. I grabbed you know, the bull by the horn and created some amazing performances in my life that really said, Johnny, you know, you're weathering the storm. And so that I think it is, you know, when you're in your darkest hours and you think there is no way to return, my advice, and I know a lot of people that are in the program, that not in the program, they're scared of the program, whatever that is, whether it's AA or whatever it is, whatever is helping you get through your darkest hours, don't be ashamed. Be grateful for those opportunities and watch yourself rise.
Yeah.
You know, I had told, and that's just a story, but that's life that a lot of people can relate to. You know,
absolutely.
Boom, but you got to get up. So, you know, I was in, you know, I do a lot of things right now. I also manage talent and I manage some music personalities. But one thing I mentioned, there was a young man with his mother in a studio, and he was singing for me. He was looking for work, and his mother was, I think, Jamaican. And he told me that he was managed by one of the biggest managers out there. What's the guy's name again? Nick from America's Got Talent. I keep forgetting.
Oh, Nick Cannon? Nick Cannon is not Jamaican.
Yes,
Nick Cannon?
Yeah. No. His mother was Jamaican.
His mother was Jamaican.
Nick Cannon was his manager. He said, I'm managed by Nick Cannon. I says, wonderful. And then he began to tell the story about how bad it was with him and Nick Cannon. And I stopped him. And I said to him, young man, don't tell that story. Don't tell the bad story. Tell the good story. Nick Cannon was your manager. I applaud you. How great. Few and in between were managed by Nick Cannon. That's what I'm going to remember. If you tell the bad story, you don't know who you're talking to. That's the story I'm going to remember. I'll remember that more than I'll remember that you were the most amazing singer I had met in years. I'm just saying, it's just a little advice. We need to tell the good story. As we are putting our life on the line in this business of entertainment, we need to tell the good stories. Leave the other stories for, your girlfriend or your mother when you're having a sandwich at lunch. But otherwise, rise and tell the world how great you are. Because you are. Own your greatness. Own your wonderful talents that is just swirling inside of you, ready to burst, to burst into success, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
yeah.
hold on, Johnny, because I'm so excited that you're bringing such, first of all, thank you for your energy, because you're so passionate. I can feel the passion for people. I mean, it's just oozing out of your pores, right? And the stuff that you're saying is so important, right? Because talking about somebody in a negative way is not actually affecting that person. It's actually affecting the person who's speaking it, right? So that's powerful. So what I want to ask you is, because you're so passionate about acting, producing, you're passionate about, you just said that you're managing talent, and yet you are a coach. You are an entertainment coach. So what does that mean? And who do you serve?
That's a good. Who do I serve? It's funny. I go to restaurants and I look at people and I go, "Oh, can I help you?" Because I was in the business of restaurants for so long, it never leaves you. Those great, wonderful talents you have inside of you never leave you. I serve whoever I'm talking to. Listen, as an entertainer, I'm committing to the character, the person I'm portraying, and I'm because I know, it's going to be watched and watched and watched. I did that reality show with Scott Baio on VH1 for several years, and I was a producer on that. I also created the music. I did everything that they allowed me to do, and took advantage of the opportunity. Take advantage, ladies and gentlemen, of the opportunity. Whatever you're doing, in a good way, take advantage of the opportunities where you can flaunt your amazing talents, because a lot of talented people are sitting at home right now, and going, where do I do? What do I go? Or who do I talk to? Well, you could talk to me. And by the way, and I'm going to finish talking and answering your question. I want to give you first session up free, and you'll know how to reach me. You're going to reach me on the Easy Wall of Fame and a few other ways. I'll give you my Instagram, etc. But there are ways to reach me, and I want to give you the first session free. I want to give you some of my greatness so they can charge you up, so that you are out there flying. You are an angel with wings, and you're just doing the greatest things ever. Too many people get in their own way. We do. Oh my, I can't. It's called excuses. Oh boy, do I have a million of them. But here's the deal, so do you. And I don't care where you're at in your business and what you're doing. There's something in your life that you need to improve on, and you'll find excuses on why you can't. There's help out there, ladies and gentlemen. There's help. A long time ago, a friend of mine, it was actually Mr. Scott Baio's brother. He said, "Johnny, oh my God, I'm accomplishing everything I set out to." I says, "Why? What'd you do?" He says, "Johnny, I'm seeing a therapist." I said, "No, you're seeing a therapist? You?" And yes, changed his life as he was creating honesty and truth in his life. It changed his game. Although he was fine financially, he wasn't fine emotionally, because a lot of us are fine financially. But oh my God, we are not there emotionally, but we will get there. Hey, we can all get that help. I'm just here to say, get out there and get your help however you need to. I want you to reach out and get in touch with me. It's not also about hiring me in the long term. I'm talking about the short term, and I'm talking about the first session free, because you're right here, right now, health and wealth in this summit. you get that free. Now, you know, ultimately soon, very soon, you're going to see the premiere of the show Gaining Access. That's with Eric, Easy. The famous Easy, God bless him, I love it. He's much taller than me, but I can be okay with that. I'm okay. I'm all right. I wear my heels from the 70s. But you know, I used to tell my girlfriend, I says, honey, look, you're tall. Please, just don't wear the heels tonight, okay? I need to look amazing, and I can't do that if I'm only 5'4". But of course, I don't
That
believe
sounds
that.
a little bit insecure, Johnny. That sounds a little bit
Yeah.
insecure.
Well, not only is it insecure, but you know, it was life changing for me when a director watched me come up his. I was coming up to meet him for a part that I was cast in, and he looked at me closely, and I came in. He said, "Johnny, do you have lifts in your boots? In your boots?" And I said, "Well, yeah." He said, "Johnny, you're bow-legged. Don't wear the lifts. Be yourself, and that's what's going to get you. And that's how you're going to gain success in this business. Be you, what you are. You know, whether you're a promoter, whether you're a speaker, you know, we want you to be who you are. You know, and that's the most loving place you could be. Did I answer that? How do I serve? I serve because I want to change lives, whether it's talking to someone at Starbucks or it's talking to a few hundred people in a meeting, in an event that I'm speaking at. You know, it's all relative.
Hold on, Johnny. How did you get there? Because like I said, you came from a restaurant, you're an actor, you're a producer, you are an what do you call it, an agent, right? You're all these things. How did you what took you to the journey to guide you into now you want to serve people? Most people, the reason I'm asking you this question is because most people in Hollywood, they don't give a hoot about anybody other than themselves, right? So I want to know, what makes you different from the people you hang around every day.
Well, you know what? I think my family values, my father and my mother taught me well. They taught me well. You know, I once asked the guy, why do you think every slice of pizza is the same in New York City? I asked this young guy. I don't know what he was going to say. Every slice is the same slice. You could buy it whatever borough you're in. You can get the same, but not in California. He said to me one word: tradition. I went, whoa, did you just say that? I never related the tradition with the pizza. And I go, yes, it's right. You know, I started out in the business of people immediately. The minute I could talk, I was a people person. I wanted people to feel good. And I thought that, you know, my input was going to put them there. As a kid, I mean, as a 7-year-old, you know, so I started out in the restaurant business, and then went into performance and acting. I got into the production and producing business out in New York City, news channels, and then eventually got into the production of TV and film. But performance was always my passion. You know, as a performer, when we're on stage, why do we put up with the fees that are very low fees? On Broadway, we're not getting paid what you get paid on an hour series. It's a hit series on TV, but we do it because we like to connect to the audience. It is a luxury, you know, and eventually we hope we get paid what we deserve, you know, but it all started there. So my giving back is really, you know, what we should always be doing, right? We're always told, whatever you're making, well, give some of it back. You know, all of a sudden you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. You're giving back. And I think in life, if you're not making that and you're making minimal, we still want to give back because it affects us in a very positive way. Give back all the time. Oh my God, do you realize what people, and we know this, you know, mental illness and so forth, that is thriving, you know, around us. We don't know who feels good and who doesn't, because guess what? They put on the mask. We don't know, but can you imagine the brief moments you can give somebody and go, hey, you know what? I don't know who you are, but I really do love you. Now, hopefully you're saying it to the right person and they accept that. But my point is, you could change a life, change a mood, and change a destiny with just words.
Words, yes.
And people don't realize that.
Yeah.
But I think more and more since we said goodbye to Robin Williams and many, many more after that. And before that, we realized the mental illness and the depression is very relevant right
It's a
now.
thing. Yeah, absolutely.
So giving back, Lorna, giving back is what I always loved. It makes me feel good. I mean, we give back as a performer, we give back as a producer, we give back as a director. We're really giving our greatest talents where the masses are gonna, be there with you for your journey. They help you in your success. So I think I might have answered that, did I?
Yeah, you answered it very beautifully, very eloquently. And with one word, I'll sum it up: distribution. Okay. All right, because you're in the media, distribution. Okay. So we're at the end of our event, and thank you all who stayed all the way, but don't leave, because we have a couple of things we want to share with you, as well as I want to do a drawing for winning something for staying all the way. For somebody who has been here from the minute it started till here, all those who've been here for the whole time, we're going to ask you, we're going to play a quick game, and you're going to be able to have an opportunity to win something. Okay. But Johnny, before we jump off, I wanted to just ask you to share real briefly, Johnny, about your book, your book release, the book that you're writing, when it's going to be released, and tell us a little bit about that, even if it's at the beginning stages. Just share a little bit about the book so people are aware that it's coming.
Well, the book is my journey in life, my journey as an entertainer, and it relates to a lot of what hundreds of thousands of people are go through. So I give it to you all. I give you every actually Faith Ford from Murphy Brown. She played Corky in Murphy Brown for I think 10, 11 years. She's one I managed her career as well. And thankfully we were an item for quite a while, and we're best friends today. She's actually doing the forward for the book, and also I dedicate a chapter in the book called Faith. And it's really a song that I played one time called "You Gotta Have Faith." You know that song? Because if we had more time, Lorna, I would sing it. Or I would ask you to sing it. And you gotta have faith, faith, faith. Don't worry, I won't do it. But listen, you're what was the question?
I asked you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Carol. You actually answered the question. You actually answered the question already.
What was the question?
I don't remember what the question was, because you went off on a tangent. I was talking about the book and what the book is about.
So let me tell you, let me just give you
why is it important?
The book is called My Life as Johnny V. Because when I played the character on Scott Baio's 45 and Single, and it was on 20 times a day, it was globally very famous. So it made me very famous as the character of Johnny V, which I got to do great things on that show, produce, help with the music, et cetera, et cetera. So then my life for several years after still was, a Johnny V life, whether it was they were hiring me on a show, in a movie, whatever it was. So it still became a part of me. The book is that, but much more, because it relates to the speaking I do, to the entertainment life coaching that I do. But the stories are endless. And every story, see, when I wrote the book, it is me the way I talk to you now. It is me. It's the funny me. It's the entertaining me. I didn't fix it. I'm not about fixing the words. I want you, when you read it, to get my input, my feeling. So there's not only video on it, you get the video, but you also get the words. It will change lives, because that's what I do. And that's what I want to continue to do. So the whole show, it's called, America's Favorite Reality Star.
Awesome.
And if you ask anybody who their favorite reality star is, just ask me, and I'll tell you who it is. It's me. But you know what I'm saying? I'm saying Everybody out there that's listening, please, when you reach out to Eric Zulli to the Easy Wall of Fame, please look me up. And please, the first session is free. The show that you're going to be seeing premiering soon is Gaining Access. That's me and Eric are producing that together, and it's going to be monster. And it's going to really put you in the driver's seat and help you gain access and rise to your potential that you deserve. Remember,
absolutely.
You just remember, guys, and I know she wants me to go, you deserve everything you get, all good things in life.
Absolutely.
Don't ever tell the bad, tell a good story. Tell the story about tomorrow, what that great thing is going to happen, and manifest it. God bless you. Lorna, I love your name too.
Yeah.
There's that great person. Remember I told you, Lorna Luft.
Lorna
Look
Luft.
so pretty. You look so pretty.
You.
So guys, through Lorna also, check me out. I want to give you the first session free. I want to change your lives. You know, I really do. So please get in touch with me. She'll give you my my Instagram.
I'll give her contact.
Crash and Johnny V, or the Easy Wall of Fame. And I'm grateful to all of you, and register. I'm changing my name. I will. I'm going to do it because
well, all y'all have to do is just get married. Come on now, easy fix.
Exactly. Well, you're wonderful, Lorna. Thank you for having me. Thanks so much.
Thank you for being here, Johnny. Thank you too for being a yes. And thank you for sharing your stories and your life, really, you know, and the passion that you have to change people's lives. And you know, I'm inspired because you are in the entertainment industry, and you know, I think that you're going to be the catalyst to change that industry. Should you choose to continue to reach out to, you know, those entertainers who are challenged with, you know, they're going through things and they have nobody to talk to, and then they end up dead. Well, what happened, right? So I think that you're going to be a huge catalyst to change that industry in terms of showing them how to lead their life, lead themselves in leadership. It's all leadership, guys.
It is.
It's all leadership.
Very important. Don't take it for granted. Take nothing for granted, guys. If you see and you think something's not right with someone, hey, take them aside, buy them a cup of coffee, make them laugh. There's so much you could do in just a moment's time, guys. Remember that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, powerful. Thank you, Johnny V. I appreciate you, and I look forward to connecting with you further. You are amazing.
Absolutely.
Such a generous giver. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Lorna.
All right, people, we are at the finale. So here's the thing. I want to do a couple of things, a couple of reminders. 3-day challenge starting next week. We're gonna take this deeper and take you a little bit deeper on moving some stuff for you. All the things that we talked about, moving the trauma, changing the story, creating the vision, giving you wealth strategies. We're gonna take that further next week on the 3-day challenge. Okay, so we want you to register for that. And then remember, Jill Lublin's interview is going to be emailed to you along with her free gift, because she recorded a really great interview that you must hear, just like all these amazing speakers here. She's amazing. She's getting married. She's all the way, I think she's in Thailand, which is amazing because the water in Thailand is gorgeous. So I'm so jealous. But she just got married, and she wanted to still serve you guys with her interview. And for those of you who stayed from the beginning to the end, so Jenny, do you know who's been here from the beginning to the end? The only person I can identify in my site is and correct me if I'm wrong, there are quite a few people. So I think I'm gonna steal Eric's game. You know, if you're the easy way, I'm gonna steal Eric's game, because I could just go ahead and pick one person. But I think that so if you've been here the entire time, put a 1 in the chat, And okay, guys, you get to be on camera so I could figure out who you are, really. If you've been, okay, so let's fix it. If you have been here from the beginning to now and you've been on camera, you're eligible, because camera is important, right? Thank you, Kelly, for being here. Thank you. Casey, yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Who's been here the entire time on camera? Now is the time to shine, people. And Kelly is the one who's going to win. Kelly, you've won a $50 what do you call that? Gifts. What do you call that? Money card thingy thing? You've won one of those. So connect with me so that you can get your $50 Visa card thing so you can buy it and treat yourself to whatever you want. Now, before we leave, I have a trivia question, and I hope Johnny B can get this one. What popular 1990s TV series did the actor Calissa Flockhart star in?
Oh, shit. Who is that? I'm trying to think.
Who remembers Calissa Flockhart? When you guys hear it, you're gonna be like, oh. Let me say it again. Calista Flockhart. She starred in a 1990 TV series. What was the name of it? You guys remember her, right? Little redhead. She had a bob. Huh?
I was in France. I cannot
You're
remember.
in France. That's a story. Let me see. Nobody's got. Oh, somebody got it. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Who said Ally McBeal?
Oh, was it Ally McBeal?
Ally McBeal. Who said it? I can't see it.
I said it.
Who said?
Trisha
Who said
said it.
Trisha.
Yes.
Congratulations, Trisha. I gotta figure out something to give to you. You know what I'm gonna give you, Trisha? I'm gonna give you a 30-minute consultation with me. That's what I'm gonna give you. Okay? 30-minute consultation with me. So make sure that put your information in the chat. Jenny, please write people's names down so I can fulfill on what I say I'm gonna be fulfilled. Yes, she's married to Harrison Ford. Good one, Amy. So what is your biggest takeaway from Johnny's interview? What's your biggest takeaway from Johnny's interview? And again, we have the Wealth Acceleration Summit coming up on this Saturday at 3 p.m. Pacific. We have the 3-day money challenge coming up next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Okay. And I want to see all of you there, and tell your friends, guys, this is a movement that we're creating. What if, hey, we have 17 people still online. 17 people still online after, I don't know, 4.5 hours. 17 of us are still online. I want you to picture this. Picture this. Picture all of us generating unbelievable wealth. Picture what that could do to change the world. 17 of us. And what if all the 30 some odd people who came on from the beginning? I know some people had to leave to go to other meetings. There was almost 40 of us here this morning, right? What if all 40 of us became like super wealthy? What could we change in this world? Who would we be in this world? I want you guys to think about that and think about it deeply. Who would you be? I know who we could be as a collective. We would shift some stuff, right? We could change some stories, right? But who would you be? How would your bloodline change? Right? I want you to think about that. As a matter of fact, I would invite you to journal on that very question this evening. And if you did not take notes, you still have an opportunity to buy the VIP, to get all the recordings, and to get all the bonuses as well. Okay? So here's the thing. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for taking yourself on. Because you didn't show up for me, guys. You showed up for yourself. So I want to acknowledge you for taking yourself on. And before we leave, because you know I'm a party girl, I got to play you this one, right? Because who knows the greatest showman, the show, The Greatest Showman on Earth? Does anybody know that Broadway show? No? The Greatest Showman. Nobody knows that song. All right. I want you guys to hear this song because it's so super powerful, right? It's one of my favorite songs. And I just want you to listen to the words. I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away. Stay. We don't want you broken. Can you hear? Thumbs up if you can hear it. Awesome. Listen to this. But down to dust. I know there's a place. Oh, we have love. I could die. For the same blood, for the drown. I have proof, and I have proof. I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Here I come. Turn on to the beat I drum. I make no apologies. This is me.
Oh, come here. I gotta show. Wait.
We cannot hear, Lorna.
See her. See her.
All right, guys. Thank you. You can't hear?
No, we cannot.
Oh, I thought I got a thumbs up that you could hear. Something happened.
I'm
my
here.
God.
That's just a dog that wanted to say hello.
Johnny V, you cracked me up. So let me just share with you what the song was saying. The song was saying this, you're gonna stand your ground. When anything try to knock you down, you're gonna stand your ground because this is you standing in your power. This is us standing in our power, creating the health, the wealth, the shift in money mindset that we want to create in the world for as much time as we can, as much time as we have left on this planet. Make a decision, make it a vision for your life to shift the trajectory of your life, to shift the trajectory of this planet, right? Can I get a thumbs up for that? We're in this together. Let's do this. All right, guys, thank you for being here. This is it. Love you. And I'll see you on Saturday if you can make it, but I want to definitely see you on the 3-day challenge next week, June 3rd through the 5th. And let's change some lives. Thanks, Johnny V. Thanks for being here. Thanks,
Peace.
Patricia. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks, Bass. Thanks. Oh, by the way, thumbs up to my assistant, Jenny D. Jenny D is like a rock star. All right. Thank you so much, Jenny, for the support. Thank you, Kelly, for being here, for being attentive, for showing up, for being interactive. Patricia, I know you came in later on. Hope you got a lot from it. Pick up the VIP. Drop the link in the chat again, Jenny. Pick up the VIP if you came in late, you missed a lot in the beginning. So I would recommend that you get the VIP. Johnny, thanks again. Dr. Dante is still here. She's off camera, but still here. Eric's still here. Meg, you were amazing. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Indrasen. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Jean, Michael, that's still you, Medj? Twice? I don't know. That's
no, it's my husband.
Oh, thank you, Michael, for being here. Thank you. Thank you for the support. And I will see you. So here's the thing. One more announcement. I always got an announcement. This was fun for me. I hope it was fun for you. I love sharing this information because I love when people get aha moments, right? Like the one that said my brain and my mind are two different things. love that somebody got an aha moment on that. Next month, we're gonna have another of these. And we want to bring more people. So I'm going to invite you into inviting your friends. When you see that link come through in your email, invite your friends and tell them to invite their friends, right? And let's get the money mindset shifted in this environment as we create this movement, okay? Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you, and I'll see you next time, okay?
Thank you, Lorna. Thank you, everybody.
God bless, Lorna. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for being here.
Let's talk soon.
Yes,
All right.
definitely. I'll text you.
Okay.
All
Take care.
right, bye-bye. I'm playing some music to go. Oh, do I have